seminar in mental health. I would like the participation of everybody that is with us online and also presentially here. So we are going to now resume our activities. We are going to open the second panel, and I will invite to the stage the president of this table, the judge, Kenarike Boujican, the mediator, Dr. Olivia Almeida, and also the speakers, Professor Adriana Eiko Maisumoto, Dr. Isabel Lima, and Dr. Mário Alexandre Moro. You can please take your seats on the stage. Our president, Dr. Kenarike Boujican, is the judge of the Court of Justice in São Paulo, and also CNJ, Ximenes Lopes. Doctor, the floor is yours. We are just waiting for the president. Let's give her a minute to start our activities in this afternoon. While we wait for the president, I would like to give you some information, both for you who are here presentially and the ones that are with us online. It's necessary to register there. The certificates will be issued for the ones that are really 100% of presence, both for presential and online remote participation. In this panel, this second panel in the afternoon, the speakers will talk about the anti-asylum struggle in Brazil, the advances and setbacks. We are going to wait a little bit more for the Professor Adriana, to open our second panel. Now, to start the second panel in the afternoon, the president of this table, Judge Kenarike Boujican, also the judge for the Court of Law in São Paulo. Please, Judge, the floor is yours, so we can start the activities in the afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I would like to say that I was caught in surprise, because in my mind, I thought I would speak tomorrow, so I was there talking to other people, exchanging ideas. These are good moments for it. So we have this opportunity to meet people from other places, with other backgrounds and experience. I was announced as a judge, but just a small. I am retired at the moment. I am retired from the Court of Justice in São Paulo. I was a judge there for 30 years. I also took part of the GT on the the National Court of Justice, and I would like just to make it to highlight this importance of the National Council of Justice that is now playing its role, especially when they are thinking about the issues that are intrinsically related to the human rights and the compliance with our obligations with the inter-American system, with the international system, especially in this case, we have some obligations that were taken, all this, and the judiciary is playing its part within the determinations that we've had, the decision of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. There are some obligations that are specific to the judiciary, others for the executive and the legislative, but it is for the ones who, for me, I work in the judiciary for 30 years and there was no entity as a national, such as the National Council of Justice at that time to implement the policies, the national policies. And it is, I'm very glad to see this kind of event because years were necessary. It was like an island. We would do what were in our minds. I don't mean that there weren't good things, but we didn't used to have this national scope. So I'm very glad to take part together with these valuable people, a very nice group of work with their experience and different backgrounds, different points of view, and different experiences. Today here in our, I forgot to mention something that I always like saying because people think my name is a little bit, people ask where I'm from. They say, we are trying to see, to understand where you're from. The name I have is an Armenian name from Armenia. I was born in Syria and I came to Brazil at the age of 3. So I am a survivor from the genocide there. So just a brief introduction for you to understand more about the origin of my name. The fact of being the granddaughter of genocide, of course, makes it even stronger for me, this willing to fight against this, okay? So today this panel is composed of the topic is the anti-asylum struggle, the advances and setbacks. So we are going to now hand it over to the participants that will have each of them 15 minutes. Dr. Fernanda is not going to be able to come, so we are going to have, we are a little bit behind schedule, so I will open the floor to Dr. Adriana Maisumoto, a dear friend of mine. I haven't seen her for a long time. She was always a reference for us in São Paulo, especially in São Paulo, because this is where I lived, and I worked. So she is a psychologist and also professor at Unifesp. She has doctorate in this, vice coordinator of the Observatory of Psychopolitical Trauma, and also an advisor for the prison system in São Paulo, director of the Brazilian Association of Psychology. So, Dr. Adriana, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Dr. Kenarick. I would like to thank on our behalf and also to greet all our colleagues who are here participating in this panel. I would like also to greet everyone who are participating here presentially, the ones that are with us remotely. It is fundamental, it's crucial to be here, reunited in order to debate this and make some more advances and name the setbacks that are still, it is still necessary to elucidate this in order to build and reinforce our struggle. So I've prepared here a brief exposition. I will bring to light some topics. I know that it is going to be a little bit, I believe that I will have to go through some topics in order to build with you maybe some kind of thought that will help us evaluate what the advances and setbacks are. So this week, I've participated as a director of Abrapso in an event that we had together with the indigenous leaderships, Douglas, Krenak, to discuss the legal, no? Because I believe that many elements are included in this reality. This will help us think the topic of today, this milestone. So in this event, Douglas Krenak brought some reflections, some analysis for these landmarks on the social reproduction of a life. And then he mentioned some limits of an epistemological view in order to understand and act in this reality as well. Two of these elements, I think, will help us to make advances in the topics today. One of them is the idea of existing living beings, understanding that this is for us, human beings, the other animals, nature itself as existent being, and at the same time, counterposition, the idea of a sustainability that brings us the idea of the possibility of this continuity of this life reproduction. So sustainable capitalism, when we think about this, we are thinking about the continuity of this system that we have lived in. And he brought us the indigenous comprehension that is elaborated by the participation on different international forums. I think an interesting element to consider in this anti-asylum struggle. So all the existing beings that have this alliance to build this. I will bring some topics. Talking about advances and setbacks in this struggle in Brazil demands for rescuing the ethical pollution dimension that would establish the logic of this anti-asylum. Such rescue would face us on the historical contradictions that anchored in racism, like drivers for this that he named as the colonialism in the power. So the nation, a Brazilian nation, is constituted on the act and violence. So it is therefore a result of violent contradictions imposed by social relations that developed, and to mention Walter Rodney, subdeveloped Africa, America, and how they reproducing this process, this kind of European universalism, like a centralism of the modern world. Here I'm also mentioning some articulations with the analysis brought from Samir Amir on the criticism of Eurocentrism. These are also important elements to consider in this perspective, this anti-asylum perspective. And by having said that, this perspective to the capitalistic logic, this is present in the letters of Bauru in the 80s, and then the 30 years later, among other texts. It is fundamental that we can see how concrete, what this colonialism meant for our Latin American territories. In that sense, it is necessary to see the narratives, the narrative on what we are. This subjective dimension is what is going to constitute our singularities, as my dear friend Márcio Farias did when disclosing the ideology of Reichel as a myth, a foundation myth of this so-called revolution of the bourgeoisie in Brazil. So here, a first question to us. I think it's a challenge now when we considering our anti-asylum struggle. How can anti-asylum struggle reproduce in its practices and the same ideology of racial democracy in nowadays, today, and how does it help us to face that? So this is something, the question that should guide us. And due to the time of this, I will also bring some other elements in a more panoramic overview that are refer to the characteristics of capitalism in the peripheral countries, from the expressions of this overexploration of work that anchors from structural racism and gender division, these same logics of exploitation and oppression. So if we agree with Basaglia that anchored in Frantz Fanon when criticizing these asylum institutions, such as other modern institutions, so the asylums, they would sustain the reproduction of capitalism and the sociability of this way of living. So it's overcoming this consists on facing those things that really support these asylum logics. Because after all, we are fighting for the sustainability of these logics, applying these asylum logics to some specific people, such as the insane judiciary patients, people with psychic suffering, or it would imply some reparations of these wounds resulting from this colonial trauma. So here I bring with me the voices of other authors. So I am mentioning Raquel Gouveia, Emiliano Camargo de Davia, among others, who says that talking about and acting on facing asylum means to reveal that this so-called Holocaust, it is in its essence updating the black ships that transported the black, and it also tells in its stories of struggles. So it's the political form of resisting the possibility of facing it as well. And here, just to mention Emiliano, when he mentions the quilombolas, the mental health of the psychiatry reform, now linking this with Clóvis Moura, Abídias do Nascimento, Beatriz do Nascimento, among others. Well, we are here talking about a reality that puts two processes together. These are sustain this existing mode of our society. So pathologization that makes from the mental disorders the experience of insanity as a symptom, as a diagnosis, and the criminalization processes that the authors in criminology have taught us well. These are processes that are built in this primary, secondary criminalization and operate from the judicial. So this pathologization and criminalization sustain this social reproduction. So this is structure of machines that would mill people, let's say. So the Brazilian state that borns with slavery start criminalizing these struggles against this, the life condition after the abolition of slavery, and also criminalize some other expressions of culture. And here I talk about capoeira, and currently criminalizing the strategies of survival for those that are the workforce. So let's think about the meaning of this, this criminalization and the war against drugs. This means that this state in Brazil uses a set of technologies of domination in its historical development and legal apparatus. Here, it's important that together with the ideology of racial democracy, and we can reveal this, how it has operated in our So how this ideology of social defense affects us and invites us as a structure, judiciary, executive, legislative, to reproduce the same logics. The judiciary asylums are so expressions that persist in our realities. They are fruit of these violences and contradictions of what was produced as Brazil, and synthesize this social control if they operate from criminalization and pathologization. So this means that one of the challenges, the more concrete challenges we can name, is the abolition of the periculosity of the when it comes to safety measures. So understanding So overcoming this is imperative. It's politically ethical for social reparation, and why not planet reparation facing the violences that were produced by these colonial logics. We live in a context of we have a more conservative agenda, and also very reactive in many fields since the parliamentary. So in that sense, this has to be included in the health policies, mental health policies, public safety, the prison system. This is really evident in our practices. And in that sense, just to conclude, because I'm running out of time, it is crucial that we can maybe engage in this struggle to abolish these logics, to overcome these political ethics, because after all, this is why we are here for. This is why we are here today. So thank you very much for your attention. Dr. Adriana always surprises us. Every speech, every time I hear her, I think it is like so many ideas. She went there back ago when we started here in Brazil, so it's always very nice to listen to her very inspiring words. Now here we invite Isabel Lima, a Master in Public Policies and Human Formation by the State University of Rio de Janeiro, and also coordinator of the Global Justice, that have been doing an exceptional work in the field of human rights, regional, also an old partner in this struggle. It's a pleasure to be here and to open the floor to you to talk about this topic today. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here sharing this panel with you. I would like to start by greeting everyone here with us in this seminar, presentially or remotely. And on behalf of Global Justice, I would like to invite thanks for the invitation to participate in this great seminar, and also congratulate the National Council of Justice for the approval of this. And I would like to show our support together with the many other manifestations of support of this resolution facing so many attacks, the contrary political forces, contrary to human rights, contrary to the advances of this struggle of us, that would represent a project that promotes inequality. So they are attacking this resolution for everything it means in the agenda of human rights and the anti-asylum struggle. So the reform that has not reached as it should have been, the judiciary asylums, the prisons, and the spaces where freedom is strange. So this seminar also brings together many players, and it is undoubtedly a moment to deepen this debate on the challenges that we are facing in this anti-asylum struggle, also the policies of mental health, the judiciary, and this way strengthen the ways to have an effective implementation of this resolution and the advances of the anti-asylum struggle in the country. So, Global Justice is a representative of the victims of case Ximenes Lopes versus Brazil that generated the first condemnation of the Brazilian state in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. For the ones who don't know the case, Daniel Ximenes was sent to Guararapes, a psychiatric clinic that is to the Brazilian NHS in Sobral. In Ceará, he was mistreated, suffered aggressions and torture, and he was killed in 1999, 3 days after he was sent to this clinic at the age of 30. Very soon, his sister, Irene, as she couldn't find any way, any responses to what had happened, and in the agony to fight for justice, he made a disclosure to the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and then in 2003, they reported the case. So in 2006, Brazil was convicted for not complying with the human rights and the right to protection and safety of the Damião Ximenes and the members of his families, and the international repercussion that the case gained. It impacted our struggle, the anti-asylum struggle, especially there in the territory of Sobral, with the implementation of some closures of some asylums, including this one that was closed some years later. It's worth mentioning that this is not fully met. It is on the supervision of the court for 17 years. It is still pending. This conviction still has some resolutive aspects when it treats the development of a program for the capacitation of doctors, psychiatrists, nurses, and assistants, and for everyone vinculated to this treatment of mental health disorders on the principles that should guide this treatment of people suffering with mental disorders on the, and everything that is said in this. It's also important mentioning that even though it is the still aspects that need to be met, there was the non-compliance with one of the measures for reparations defined in this conviction. The court declared that Brazil was not in compliance with its obligation to ensure at a reasonable deadline that the process that was to judge and make responsible. So the country denied this, and the court then declared this, and they are going to inspect now this aspect. So there was not in the internal, there was no responsabilization for the death of Damião Ximenes. So it's also worth mentioning that we recognize the efforts of the country at the moment to really meet these related to the capacitation of this case. So we believe that it is about to have to be archived by the court, and that will be the second case. And the Brazil did not investigate the facts.
So we understand that this would not allow the Brazilian state not to offer a solution, an answer that is compatible with international parameters for human rights and its own obligations in this sense. So we see that after years of inspection and understanding of this sentence, the Brazilian state has always shown an advancement in reform for psychiatric work as a commitment, as trying not to repeat elements, not to repeat mistake, and this is actually a big thing in the inter-American system. We have heard information on this point for some time, when we see the reform of the psychiatric care has come to have this sort of a change in the context when you look at the sentence. And the Global Alliance has also, in the past years, have really looked at how we can remove those institutions and to offer replacement care. We see that there were setbacks in this, in the last few years when we look at mental health policies, as we see lack of resources, lack of investment. When we look at territorial services, lack of data. When we look at mental health policies in the last few years, basically. So when we look at these things, these setbacks, we should understand the lack of public financing when it comes to these therapies. I believe this is a topic that concerns everyone who is involved in this. So in the last 10 years, we've been having the debate here in the court, and actually making sure that we speak out against the court, in the correct means for these therapeutic units, as one more entry, one more way, one more challenge that is shown for the advancement, for the improvement, so that Brazil can be committed to not repeating those mistakes. Well, there are many violations to human rights that are seen in these places that look like asylums, that have an action of actually social isolation. We have heard many complaints, and we look at the Federal Psychology Council and the Public Ministry and other institutions that have seen these violations, such as voluntary or compulsory hospitalization. And we see that these communities show themselves as places for service when it comes to those who abused drugs, right? But when the inspection was done, it was seen that these people were hospitalized for other reasons other than the abuse of drugs. When we look at sexual orientation or gender identity, a number of mistreatments and this inhumane treatment, and among others. So after 24 years, our institution has been working with the monitoring of these spaces, combating torture, and everyone who knows these places, users, family members, anyone who has survived these situations, we look at the privation of freedom, of liberty in these places. They have their own characteristics that, really show a high level of violation of human rights, of torture, subjection to mistreatment, among other things. In Brazil, as Adriana told us, when we look at the incarceration, this control, this segregation that is exercised by the state, the violence, the violation that happens, These are historically marked by the criminalization of poverty, of racism, of gender violence. Has also been mentioned, right? So we see that not only here, but in the last panel also made a reference to this. What are the groups? The social groups that are mostly impacted by these things. So when we speak out against a case such as this, what we look for not only is the reparation for the victims, but also the determination of those non-repetition measures. These look into structural problems that have relationship with a concrete case that has been denounced. So what is a non-repetition measure? For example, the construction or the strengthening of public policies that can contribute to that violation not happening again. So in this way, we know the Demi Young case is a big one, really. It resulted in this first sentence, but there were many cases that happened before it, as we have heard. Part of this story that is very impacting that Daniela presented to us, and so many other cases have happened. And in this way, what we understand, what we affirm, what we add to this debate, to this perspective, is that we understand that the path to guarantee effective measures goes through the construction of a society without asylums, to guarantee the care for freedom, mental health policies, anti-asylum measures that protect human rights. Without a doubt, this last resolution from CNJ adds up to this effort to strengthen to strengthen this path. So thank you so. While Isabel was speaking, it's like I was watching a movie or something. How much struggle for us to get to some move, forward. I was a judge for 30 years, criminal area. And this was one of the themes, that really were painful and difficult to handle, difficult for the lack of comprehension, So when we have a decision by the court, and on top of that we have the resolution from CNJ that has this idea of formation and structuring not only the judge that acts in the system. This is actually in the decision. It's written in the decision in the Ximenez case. How much this is necessary so that we can tackle this on our daily practices. So be the psychologist, the judge, the prosecutor, the lawyer, whoever it might be. These are difficult paths of construction, and destruction is easy. Destruction is easy, really, and we see our short-term history, and we see that there were so many setbacks, but also there were movements forward, right? So when we see how CNJ has come up with this resolution, it is really a resolution on this matter. The sense of constructing, of working towards a policy, CNJ, that this policy, this public policy that refers to health can be a reality for all involved. So I believe that it's good to highlight this. And remember that it all has the same thread, I mean, who are we talking about? who is suffering, bottom line. So it is a measurement that is built through this perspective. So I believe that Brazil still cannot, the court cannot really understand that this decision is accomplished, because this is one of the points that is missing, and it's still missing, and we still have work to do in each one in their own spaces. Okay, so let's move on here in our panel discussion, and I will ask Maria Alexandra Moro, representative of the National Movement Anti-Asylum Movement. When it's about to end, like 5 minutes before, I'll let you know. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone who is here with us in this place or online, it's a great honor and satisfaction to be part of this gathering. Important seminar. I really want to congratulate the tribunal for having organized such an important event. It is important that we have this, wide discussion looking at the anti-asylum policies and how this affects the judiciary system, and this should not, as we heard, it should not just remain as a legal discussion. We really look at this representation. I am a user of mental health treatment, and I have this opportunity to be part of this discussion, and I am proving to everyone who is hearing that even though I have this mental illness and I'm being treated for it, we are still capable of participating in such a discussion, looking at this anti-asylum struggle, the idea of maintaining our rights, public policies, and looking at a social structure. So I am from Santo André, Sao Paulo. I am a user of Capstress. This is a place where I have humanized healthcare after having been to an asylum twice. I am able to have managed to become a very different person, and that's why I'm here. I am participating in such an event as this. I am here representing this category of people who have mental health issues, and the whole community. So we are looking at a conversation that has to do with mental health. I would like to remind every one of you that we need to highlight that it's not just mental health, it's mental health with an anti-asylum point to it. So when we talk about mental health, we consider therapeutical communities, asylums that are inserted in this network for psychosocial support, and this is a law 3880 2017. And we look at the fact that in Bauru, in Sao Paulo, we were celebrating 30 years of struggle, anti-asylum struggle, and at the same time there was a movement being made in Brasilia at the CID, intersectorial work, and they did it, and they approved this act. So it was not even shared with the Regional Health Council. It was not made possible for anyone to be really part of this discussion. People who are important to this cause, as we see the anti-asylum movement, the National Psychology Council. That's it. They decided, and that's it. And they did it this way. And through this, we received technical addendums, and those were used for the sake of buying electroshock devices with government money that is supposed to go to the Brazilian national health system. And talking about an effective practice, as you all have been able to see, you have seen that there are so many collateral damage when it comes to electroshock use. And so today we consider that because there's this desire to profit on these things, we look at what is supposed to be an effective practice, and we see that not only today, but having been said, right, when it comes to the previous management, and today as well, as we see the therapeutic community, how can you actually offer this isolated treatment? How can you do it this way? And how we see, the users of mental health care. I want to show you this, And then we see how we have the report and the data that have been, come to be understood of these hospitals. And it proves that those were, violations of human rights. So when we look at setbacks, we need to understand that we have had 12 years to consider this before it was approved. The law was approved. It was approved with its original text being altered, having removed the exclusion of asylums, only showing like the replacement of this or that. And they were talking about this idea of in 10 years we were going to be able to do this in the whole thing. So how we see now, after 1 year, we see how this is being done, and we see how we need to end these asylums, even those judiciary ones. So how can we do this? How can we look at this and try to understand after 4 years, after no investment, and now we are having some investment to invest in therapeutic residence, in anything that could, help. How can we do this? Because today, majority of people who can actually do this, They're there, with with the things that they acquired with this management. So it is very important that we look at this. After all this discussion, we should look indeed at this. We should invite a movement, anti-asylum, to be part of these discussions, to be present here. All of this is to look at this discussion, and we need to, have this opportunity for institutions, for everyone to be part of this, so that we can add effort to this. Because without struggle, there's no accomplishment. And then we see here that it's been 10 years since the consensus in Brasilia.
So 10 years of the consensus of Brasilia, and with that, what happens is that, just for you to have an idea, all these discussions, these important discussions we've had, and not to mention that in order to discuss on this anti-asylum struggle and mental health, we cannot just consider mental health related to psycho-attention network. We have to take this debate outside this box, so it also reaches some entities, some institutions, such as LGBTQIs, also the Black community, all the other groups, because we need to put emphasis on the process of the disinstitutionalization, the judiciary and the asylums, and also with the emphasis on Black people that so far have suffered a lot with that. So considering all this, I'm here to reinforce this and remind you that at that time, what took me to belong, to take part into this, this was the fact that these people, due to psychotic episodes, or acute episodes of suffering, psychological suffering, or something that would transform a person, if they see, there is no. So if the person had an episode of a mental suffering, what's the way? The person would be sent to an asylum. So we need to be more aligned with this discussion, to move forward, to advance with investments on the process, to enable the units, the entities that we had, all the advances we have made. I think that now, not long time ago, we had some disclosure of people that were for the first time CAPES after a long time enabled, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3. Because in the previous management, we've just heard about advances for therapeutical communities. This was the investment that was being made. So how can you talk about mental health prioritizing only the asylums as the only and best way to treat these people? And what we see logically, there will need to be a census, to see exactly who, these people who are there in the judiciary asylum, depending on the crime, depending on the degree, or the seriousness of it. This is not, some people are saying that we will open doors and all these people, the insane will be again on the streets. This is not going to happen. Of course, it's a big challenge, but it's good to consider that we have to, to have some psychosocial attention in the municipalities. We need this service. We need to prepare these people for it. And also, just like me, many other people from that work with mental health, they are capable of occupying these spaces. It's important also that every time we move forward, we do not we invite other representatives of the users, because they are capable of. There are people throughout in many Brazilian states that can really participate in these discussions, collaborating with us. Not only, I am one of those people that felt, I suffered. Now, I still have the scars from everything that I suffered. And so, what a psychosocial treatment caused, of what was a result of a psychosocial treatment. So, this is, like we saw in the previous management and psychosocial networks are obsolete. We have to see the therapeutical community or more asylums. And from it, the result was what we can see. So we really need to remember that a person that suffers, so some psychological disorders, maybe can be treated with art and culture to express themselves, to express their protagonism of a struggle as well. There are many artists that through their works, their artworks, many also have some mental disorders, but by art expression is a way of collaborating and showing that if they are there, they could do something about it. So sorry for exceeding my time, but for the ones who lived in an asylum, when we take a microphone to make us stop talking is a problem. But without a struggle, there is no big achievements. We have to fight for a society without asylums, and we cannot allow people to profit from people's insanity. Thank you, everyone. So it's a pleasure to listen to you, Mario. I think that for all of us, many lessons we learned with you. One of the first things he said that this is not a technical issue, judicial issue. I think it's important to highlight that, because all this is not a technical purpose, or doctors or psychologists or psychiatrists, or the judiciary, the prosecutors, the defenders, the lawyers. It is really beyond that. It's a social issue. So you use the expression social control. I think it was the first time I heard it. And yes, the users of psychoactive substances, they have to understand these people as the right, everybody has to be recognized. It's true. All these deserve our attention. They also have the right to speak. And another important issue that you pointed out is that something that Isabel also mentioned when it comes to the attacks to the resolution. She mentioned some attacks, and you more specifically talked about fake news, talking about some fake news that have been presented to the audience, because we live in a time that this is something really constant, really frequent. It's a moment the humanity is going through, and it is a way of it's a kind of attack. All this fake news is these are a kind of attack. Like he mentioned, oh, we are gonna open the doors of asylums and release and put these people free. For the ones who do not know about this resolution, the ones who have not read the resolution, maybe they can understand this is true, but we know it's not. But on the other hand, we know how much this harms this construction of this. So it is our job to fight this fake news, and this somehow is used as a way to attack this resolution. And just now to open the floor to you mentioned art. And there is a space in Rio that I recommend everybody who have the opportunity to go there, which is the Museum Danísio da Silveira. Yeah, we say Denisia for the work she has done, but there is another name which is Isabel. If you have the opportunity, if you are in Rio for any reason and can visit, there is a lot to learn there in this museum. It's a place that really tells us about the story of many people who have been through these systems. And just to conclude, I talked about arts, and also investment. I think it's indeed necessary some investment in this when it comes to mental health, anti-asylum, that I'm really highlighting here. So a minute for the ones who want to complement this. And in this sequence, we are going to invite Olivia. She is from the Insanity and Citizenship from the Federal University of Paraíba, and she's an assistant on Axis 3, the citizenship of the program. So you can speak, and then we are going to open the floor to Olivia. Yes, I would like to compliment, just because I forgot mentioning, is that how are we now at the moment with all this discussion around taking democracy and the country, all these discussions, but we cannot accept. This is undoubtedly the ministry. They are creating some departments to support therapeutical communities. Don't you think it is a setback? Because if you keep it present, in the head of many people, in the minds of many people, because asylums, they are not there just in the walls of this. This is in the mind of many people when it comes to prejudice. This happens a lot. And with all that, there is the anti-asylum struggle, its basis is spread all in different states in regions of Brazil, such as in São Paulo and in Rio, and in Espírito Santo, Pernambuco. And through this is what we are trying to reinforce, this discussion on the rights of the people who go through this kind of suffering. Thank you. Just to complement, I lost the opening ceremony because my plane was late, and I don't know if they mentioned the composition of GT. Maybe they have, but the CNJ had this concern of bringing also users to participate on this debate. So this is a fruit of this work, this group work that was carried out by this GT group. So Olivia, if you can now talk to us, if you can present. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I would start by greeting everyone who are here presentially and remotely with us in this international seminar. And to start a little bit these last minutes of this panel, I would start by saying something that Mario brought us, which is in respect of the understanding that in a society, the struggle for an anti-asylum society is the transforma logics that is intrinsic in our social relationships that sustain this system that Daniela showed us in the morning, that kills many people and subjectives from decades. This movement has spoken out from the classic asylums to more to structures that were mentioned previously. And I would also like to mention the HCTP, the judiciary asylums, as the structures that also represent this logics. And with that, I remind, as we were saying in the beginning and this morning about the memories, how we need to retake these aspects of our stories, that the segments of the anti-asylum struggle has occupied many spaces, such as what was mentioned by Professor Adriana and Mario, which are the Bauru meetings there in the late 80s. In 1987, around 350 workers, mental health workers, they occupied the streets in Bauru asking for a society without asylum. So this in the late 80s. In 2017, 30 years, they also retake this and treat the recognition of the rights of the people, including those in conflict with the law. So the equality, Adriana also brought this, it is in the thesis of Patricia Magnus that is here with us. It is important to retake what this movement have fighted for, and so long have been teaching us about it. Other spaces are the national conferences on mental health. So we have had 4 conferences already, and the first in the late 80s was already talking about this, to ending these structures. So I propose a reflection on how these conferences also indicate ways to consolidate this anti-asylum policy in the context of the safety measures here in Brazil, by facing these structures, and the judicial institutes that sustain this. In 2011, the National Council of Justice recommended this recommendation number 35 considers the principles and guidelines that were approved in the editions and conferences on mental health, especially the editions of 2001 and 2010 that were carried out after the publication of Law 10216. So when retaking these reports of the conferences on mental health, it's an invitation for us to think on this anti-asylum struggle and the political process that was created through the resolution 487 that retakes the legislations that are ongoing for more than 25 years. I would think the process of the construction of Brazilian NHS, that would help all workers and their families, and also the commitment with the defense of the human rights, the struggles, the connection of this struggle with other struggles such as the anti-racism. So the conferences are these important opportunities to have this democratic aspect of the NHS. And so this struggle occupied these spaces in its 4 editions, from the first in the 80s, in 1987. We can identify proposals that were approved from the debates of the delegates that were acting on that spaces, proposals that would be about the assimilation of these anti-asylum policies when treating the judiciary asylums as well. So from the late 80s, we have these reports of the conferences on mental health signaling this perspective. In the edition of 2001, that was the 3rd edition, with the publication of Law 10216, we also specified the public, the users that are that have their freedom, né? That are this participative construction on the health policies in Brazil. So the following editions will repeat these proposals, will also treat the dissolution of these structures, the judiciary, asylums, especially on the resolution 487 of the event, and we will also treat the sensibilization, capacitation, and the involvement of different players for co-responsabilization on all these actions, né, that involve the asylums today. In that sense, these reports will retake a perspective of qualifications of these by looking the context of the safety measures, will propose the adoptions of measures, né? Also the qualification and training and the incorporation of multidisciplinary teams, besides other aspects for the extinction of the asylums, which represent a historical challenge for the psychiatry reform in Brazil. I would now continue by reflecting, like Dr. Mario said, a perspective of thinking mental health and anti-asylum in a polysemic, intersectoral, plural, that also all the time can be used by the logic. So this is why this seminar is so important, and the presence of everyone here is so important. In that sense, also make a connection with the debate we are going to have soon. It is worth remembering that this production is also a result of the relations that of this
and demands from us attention, and so that we can look at these segments. Anti-asylum perspective already teaches us intersectional, opportunities to speak of those, subjects, those agents, those users. We should pay attention to them and be respectful to them and listen to them. So connecting to what Professor Adriana has mentioned, and thinking about the structural reparation, I'd like to finish this by saying that I'm connecting to the panel that is coming right after. The idea of reformation for this work of anti-asylum struggle, drinking from the memory of those who came before us, we need to fight this slavery inheritance and this idea and this logic that coming and going is lost and fundamental rights are lost. So I invite everyone to keep on building this process, and I'd like to invite the panel moderator. Thank you. I was thinking, we were considering this line of thought, right? This train of thought, and we get this necessary engagement, huh? We have actually gone a bit above time, right? So we should finish the panel here. I had asked that if we would have Q&A, but yeah, because time is up, we have no time for Q&A. Afterwards, you can call them and for a conversation. Anyway, we're going to finish now. I really appreciate everyone who participated in this panel discussion, all the great contributions that you have brought to our reflection. It does not end here. We're gonna keep on, remembering these things. So I'd like to tell everyone who is here, everyone who's participating here, everyone who is here or online, I'd like to really appreciate the Tribunal of Paraná, saying that these experiences, in one way or another, it really helps us and really look at different strategies, and we need to definitely accept this invitation this invitation that Olivia has offered us. I need to move forward in this task to recognize dignity in all human beings and the right to, live together in freedom. Yeah, the key word is definitely anti-asylum. So let's take a break until 4:30 and we return then. So do you need anything? Any communication? All right? Okay, all good? We really appreciate this great speech from all of our speakers. Really appreciate our moderator. And now I'd like to let you guys know, everyone who's here, you should go to the entry hall so that you can wear the headset because there is translation, right? You need an ID to. You can go slowly because there's half an hour for this, so we can avoid long queues. So thank you and see you guys soon with the next panel. Thank you.
The speakers will then talk about the topic anti-asylum struggle and its intersectionalities. The president of table, Dr. Karen, is a judge in the Court of Law in Rio Grande do Sul, and also assistance from the presidents of the National Council of Justice, graduated in law by the Catholic University of Rio Grande do Sul, with a post-graduation in Passo Fundo, master in human rights, interculturality, and development by Pablo de Olavide in Spain. Please, Dr. Karen, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are here in person, the ones who joined us remotely. I would like to start this panel repeating that the words that were said in one of the scenes of the documentary exhibited in the morning. The panel that talks about the anti-asylum struggle and its intersectionalities, preceded by a documentary where a man opens a registry book of a place that was where a Holocaust took place and reads exactly like that. Black, black, mulatto, black, mulatto, black, white. This has a symbolism, a very strong symbolism to us, but I will stop now so we can start our reflections. We can continue with our reflections, greeting once again everyone, and saying that it's with the duties, with the feeling of a duty that I have the honor to preside this panel and discuss the intersectionalities on the anti-asylum struggle and the efforts of the National Council of Justice to make protection of human rights for the people with mental diseases according to the law 10216. And to treat of such intersectionalities, it makes sense in a country where historically differences in race, gender, and social class, and why not saying physical health and mental health too, they were used as an instrument for punishment and privilege. So there are many ways to tell a story. Either it is the story of humankind, of a person, or a specific topic. And one of the ways to tell the story is anachronically with the silence. That is, to silence is also a strategy to tell stories. This is what happened to the black people, indigenous people, slaves, whose voices are still silent or listened through struggle and resistance, which even now demand for its descendants to speak out loud, not to have their dignities erased. So this is something to be considered. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie warns for the dangers of only one history, a history of power that makes stories of certain people to be definite. For her, to whom I totally agree, insisting in this only story is to simplify existence, is not to look to many other stories that would form an individual or a group of individuals. And this is what has happened for the people suffering with mental disorders, but not only those who are in the prison system traditionally marked by processes and strategies of to try to silence those who impose themselves against any kind of punishment. History is told from the narratives, roles and identities, social roles and identities, and the white hegemony a condition, a fundamental condition for the domain of classes, professions, rights, and undoubtedly comfort and better health conditions. This, the exercise of power mentioned by Chimamanda. If throughout the colonization processes, the slavery process, suffering was over the bodies of individuals that were considered non-humans, our colonial heritage denied this, and this reproduces direct effects on these people and the potentiality of resistance, creativity, and the voices. Those effects are even more evident when we see the dimension of gender and the processes of the subalterns between men and women, which also generate many kinds of violence, especially through the control of bodies, desires, sexuality of women and their social role and professional role, many times casually female, which is considered insanity. Such processes impact directly the suffering conditions, both physical and psychological. Besides the silencing their identities and social role, history is also told by what it annihilates. So even when we overcome the barriers imposed and the multiple strategies of subalternization, violence is still there, reaching women and black. But this is also through other strategies, including the process of the selection process that characterizes the prison system in Brazil. There is an overrepresentation of black which are in jail, and according to updated data of CZPEM, a total of 68% of the people under arrest in a country which population is around 56%. If this selection, racial selection, shows the evidence of racism, structural racism in Brazil, this is even worse when we treat the safety measures. These have been used as an instrument of maintenance of those people in prison system, potentialized when we talk about people and bodies that didn't have any kind of height. They were not being considered humans. It was part of an asset of the inventories that are documented. Discussing and implementing effectively the law 10216 is not only an obligation of the Brazilian state, it's an urge which has not been fulfilled for decades. And the safety measures is against the psychiatric reform and the anti-asylum resolution, which is reinforced by Resolution 407. There is no doubt on the challenges of implementing these structures, networks, services, and this monitoring of these people with the mental diseases in the health system, but also undoubtedly this omission in the state to enforce the law is just justified by its character, patriarchal and elitist character, and its evidence is in its punishment measures, using a model for the to deal the situations with the problems with the law. So this is evident that this struggle is necessary to defend our Brazilian HNS, and we need to improve this structure to overcome this model of punishment and the kind of treatment destined to these people. And this is why this panel is especially interesting to us, to bring this topic to the light when it comes to racism, gender, age, social class, that would impact the psychological aspects of these people, which result from this construction of this hegemony, and also the selection, which is based on discrimination. I would call your attention to another important aspect on the relation of mental health, that is the need to consider these relations from a perspective that is interdisciplinary, and it demands on counting to history, contribution, psychology, medicine, philosophy, sociology, and law, among others. This is why it's important also to say that this panel puts together people with different backgrounds, different stories, and different education. So the lights that were in the morning given by Daniela about the Brazilian Holocaust, this is the contundent proof that the color of skin, gender, and other differences imposes different experiences, violent experience for those who live, and as it was said in the documentary, who sees the world differently. We cannot avoid when we see those images, we question where was the justice system at that time? Where was justice system at that time? And now, mentioning Chimamanda again, quoting her again, it's important to say that the histories matter, many histories matter. The stories were used they can be used to empower and humanize. Stories can help with the dignity of these people and also recovered it. So I will conclude my initial speech here in this panel, certain that we are going to leave this seminar able to face this and more capable of understanding the intersectionalities in this field and produce other voices and make other stories visible, so we can move forward with our anti-asylum policy. And in the future, if someone asks us, we will be able to say proudly that today we were here. Thank you very much. And now I will hand it over to our speakers. So I will start with Professor Doctor and Master by the University Ludwig Maximilian from Munich in Germany, Alaor Carlos Lopes Leite.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen, for introducing me. I have been listening to your words when you were, starting up, and I'm happy to share this panel with my colleagues. I'm sorry I can't be there with you. In this afternoon. It's the evening here, but anyway. So this is a historical event. This is happening in my city, right? So it's so special. So it would have been great to meet those friends that I haven't seen in a while. So especially the judge Luis Fernando Tomás Kep, who is a man of great, accomplishments. So it does not surprise me that this event is happening under his watch. And I can say that he is my friend. I'm happy to say that. So I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Every prosecutor or somebody who has knowledge in the penal code, I could not help but get impressed by how mental illnesses are treated as we see that this is still the technical term for such cases. So every prosecutor or anyone who has penal code knowledge has been aware of such as the story of Madness by Foucault and other pieces of work. And every Brazilian prosecutor or somebody with knowledge in penal code, as we see that the penal code has already been against the indigenous people. We know that safety measures, the second way of penal law, was historically utilized as a way to control population. So I was asking myself when I was invited, what contribution could I make to this new resolution of CNJ 487/2023, and I thought that in such a plural debate, it would be interesting, for some reasons that I'm going to share here, knowing how tough the history in Brazil is when it comes to this topic. I thought it could be interesting to look at another Portuguese reference to this topic, not trying to have an intersection of ideas in any way or overlapping of ideas, but only to identify issues that assault penal and legal establishments, and how we can deal with, react to, and handle these actions that are committed by people who we can attribute at that moment some level of mental health issue, something, a psychic anomaly, as we see from those laws that we see for the sake of understanding how this is. So we have not seen, for the sake of measures when it comes to the hospitalization of such people. So I want to highlight some things about the situation in Portugal. This is where I am now. I teach law at the University of Lisbon, and I opted for not only for this coincidence, but how near the two countries are, for sure. But there is context here that is interesting to be analyzed. So it's been like 15 days. The mental health law 3698, it's the number of the law in Portugal. It's a reformation to the law, and it was seen by the Congress, by the Parliament, and a new project was brought to tackle mental health issues, safety issues for anyone who suffers from any sort of illness. It has been completely changed. So we have heard that looking at a prison in there was a food strike, a hunger strike that took so many days, and it generated a lot of debates, really, when it comes to the law for mental health. So I believe it would be interesting to mention this context and imagine the next steps. So in Portugal, currently what we see is that for safety measures, This is from 1988. So this is before the anti-asylum law 2001. And the numbers that we see that the numbers in Brazil obviously are stronger. We see that there are measures today. We see that the amount of time can get to a high number of years, actually. I look at the 37 days, which is 9103 from the Portugal Penal Code, that considers this possibility for very severe crimes, those crimes against life, sexual crimes. It allows measures that would be, added to those measures of freedom, and it adds to that sentence. It should be revised after some time, but obviously in a few cases then we can have an unlimited amount of hospitalization in these cases. So this has been seen as something unbearable. It has caused discussion, and we see the number of people who are hospitalized is 204 people. This is today in Portugal. And this discussion has been really a big deal in the Portuguese parliament. And we see this unlimited, hospitalization measure. There was never a specific, conversation about the strongest measure for those establishments. There has been a lot of debate when it comes to the hospitalization, the unlimited perpetual hospitalization. It's some topic that really divides people. And this reform, especially by the Socialist Party, came and is inserted in a plan, a gradual plan that should go until 2026. It looks at the spirit, but definitely intends to be gradual. And this is definitely part of the things that we already consider in terms of, how we see, criminology and sociology in this case, in criminal cases. So in this case, what seems to be interesting to offer context, and here I'm just telling you about this, obviously. We see that it is actually hard to take care of this topic. It does not allow, as we have seen from Karen, her opening words, it does not allow us to have a unilateral look at this. We know that the history for penal treatment for those who suffer from any mental disorder is a story that really shames us. Any citizen, any public worker, this is very well documented. Daniela Banks was in the seminar for this, and we have seen that we don't want to leave any tear to drop, as we know that we should definitely be consternated by what has happened when it comes to transgender inmates, how they suffer in Pinheiros in Sao Paulo. But of course we should not leave behind those clinical cases outside of those those severe sexual crimes against children and crimes against life. In this sense, when it comes to hospitalization, does not seem to be an answer deus ex machina for such action. So in this sense, it is really interesting to see that after 20 years, as Karen has said, there was this step towards that anti-asylum utopia, which is called, in Portuguese, deinstitutionalization. And it gives you a short amount of time, 6 months for this to happen, and 12 months for the complete elimination of these such places. So when we think about this debate, and when we think about other topics, my colleagues can definitely treat these topics in a much better way. What I want to highlight first is how we're going to deal with the inevitability of this concept of, of removing freedom from criminals who commit very, very severe crimes. And I think that the recent European experience in the last few years is very drastic and very strong against us. So the question is how we're going to deal with them in these cases. And now, in a pragmatic way, how we're going to deal with this norm from the 18th article from CNJ that decrees not through the law, rather through resolution, animated by the best interests. Really, how we're going to deal with, how we're going to make this compatible, the CNJ and this concept that is still strong in the Brazilian Penal Code. There was an idea to reform the Brazilian Penal Code in 2012. The idea was the opposite way of what we were struggling against. And when it comes to the anti-asylum movement, there was a lot of resistance for this, and myself and other colleagues, we were able to write an alternative paper on that. And I remember that we saw the experience from Minas Gerais, and we've seen like the Pai PJ, which is a project for this. So there are experiences in Brazil, isolated experiences in Brazil, that breathe this ambience, this anti-asylum ambience. But since this is a state issue, we know that this Portuguese reform comes through legislative work. It's probably important to think how we should deal with this. How we should first of all look at a truly penal treatment for a few cases, for severe cases that evidently are exceptional and evidently cannot serve as a reason for the state to be unbearable in terms of eternalizing this issue, but how to deal with these cases and how to deal with this in a pragmatic manner without any viability, because it's incompatible with what we see today, in the penal code. So these are considerations that can be considered pragmatic, technical even, but I feel obliged to show them so that everything that unites us can also take us to concrete solutions possible to be established in real life. So this is how I finish my my speech, I feel that my colleagues will be much better to share on this topic. Better than me, and the best thing that I can do right now is to let them go and listen to them. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Aloa. Thank you for your words. Very thought-provoking. I'd like to say two things. One would be the amount of time. He uses this amount of time. He says that the amount of time that we have established, 6 months and 12 months, is rather interesting. And this helps us really think about the time that is left behind, So how the law came to be, in 2001, and how we look at this, and how we think this is little time. We know it's little time, but if we look at everything that is behind this, what is this history? What is this that goes through so many lives, and there are reflections that we need to consider, and we need to think about where we have been the last 20 years as a system of laws, right? And we look at conflict of norms, conflict of laws, and we look at our penal code, we look at our law of penal execution, and they seem to be in conflict. So obviously we have different levels for these topics, but we cannot forget, as operators, as agents in the justice system, I imagine, at first I'm thinking here to myself how there is a legal nature to this, how CNJ has been considered in a primary nature. It is our obligation really to walk towards, the building of these guidelines, how they are established, and no doubt, the discussion stays, it remains for us to not only see a topic that is, just thought of, but I have to look at this in a pragmatic manner. I'm just bringing this, for us to think together. Anyway, these are effectively very instigating, and I thank you all for listening. Now, I would like to call the next panelist, Janine Nunes. She is indigenous activist, writer, psychologist. She's got a master's in psychology in the interdisciplinary program in human sciences from Santa Catarina. She is member of the psychologists in the indigenous community. She is co-assistant of the Guarani Ivirupa and a member of the Commission of Human Rights. Johnny, thank you. It's great to be with you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon. I appreciate the invitation. I appreciate being invited. I greet the professor who spoke before me, everyone who is here, online also. I have thought of many ideas, and I wanted to share with you about my research, about my activism, and it would not be possible for me to begin without saying that this act, the temporal act, is violence against our people, against our way of life. I begin by saying this, considering that even though senators and ministers vote against it. Violence has been done just for the fact that this is open for discussion. Just for this, it's already this level of violence, and this is something that really touches me, because these are struggles that get together in this struggle for the right to have autonomy. So we see that this is something that we always look into and consider, that we know that colonization has not ended. And let me say that what normally happens is that people might think that this means that this means hatred, violence, but what I want to actually say is that our colonization operates in the name of salvation, good, care. So when we look at these violent practices, that the people who are, outside of this logic, this happens a lot in the name of the good, in the name of civilization, in the name of development, in the name of progress. So this, we have said that Brazil was not discovered, it was not only invaded, but it was invented. Because this nation that has Portuguese as its official language, that has its religion, Christianity, that has colonization as its historical point, it can only be affirmed in this manner through ethno-genocide of our peoples. So when we say that there are hundreds of indigenous languages in our territory, but they're not considered languages, so they're not recognized officially, what I'm saying is, the people who are seeing me, I see that there is a symbol of Christianity here, and this place is supposed to be outside of any religious choice. So there is an ideology that inspires this practice. Of course, it's important to speak of such things, and we see the letters, the Jesuit letters. I see that the pedagogy, the way to teach through punishment it comes from this religious process. So there is a root that brings this colonial logic, and this is done in the name of good. And we see how the idea of progress and the idea of being integrated in society. So oftentimes what we hear is that how indigenous people suffer racism, they will stop suffering racism when they stop being indigenous, which is the idea of the gay cure. So you recognize that they suffer, but the solution is not to combat the violence that they suffer, but the solution is to cure or convert, and this is done through punishment and violence. So another point that I want to bring is that the Constitution in 1988, our peoples had a place of being treated by the government, and we were in a position of people who did not know what was best for us, and we were forced to think that there was a superior force, being the government, that should take care of us. So when we talk about the anti-asylum struggle, we look at these rights, we look at this argument that they do not have the possibility to have their singularity, their way of life, their existence. My colleague has mentioned Foucault, right? So there is this idea that is the moral orthopedics, which means that we should consider, because it means that these identities that colonization that imposed in our territory, we see that these are parasites. They are parasites through our negation. So to have a supposedly normal society, the idea of being crazy or deviated. And then I wanna call you to think that who created prisons? Who created these asylums, these institutions? So these are people who are committing these crimes and thinking of intersectionality, but thinking intersectionality as these places of privilege. And we see the concept of heterosexuality or white supremacy or only one way of living. There is one of our masters says that monoculture is the imposition of one world, and this monoculture is violent in many ways, especially in our debate, when we think and we remember that when we impose one way of living, that people express themselves in one way, this imposition, this monolithic imposition, ends up being a reflection of this idea of capacity. So another point that I want to bring from this discussion is that punishment, the idea of punishment, of reclusion, again, this operates in the name of good, salvation, charity, and everything else. However, when we look at this idea of salvation, I want to mention that it's not just the idea of practice, but we need to remember the ideologies that inspire this. Everything that we are discussing here. So I'm asking myself, if we ask people, do you agree that people, suffer from hunger, torture, violence? And I believe that people do not agree with that. However, when there is an idea of marriage, this becomes flexible. So this person who is less human, he or she does not have the whole ethical journey of this question. So we see, for example, in the Jesuit letters, the Bandeirantes used to ask, is there a soul or is there no soul? And this question wants to check the humanity of ancestors. So this is a papal letter that is an important document to think of how much this past still is updated now, is being used now. It says this. So this is a papal letter from the year the end of the 15th century. It says, we offer complete license to the King of Alphonse to invade, capture, defeat, and submit any pagan and other Christ enemies, any other of the enemies of Christ, wherever they are, and reduce them to perpetual slavery. I bring this reference because colonization was authorized through a religious argumentation. It is this Christian fundamentalism, as it has been discussed, has increased its relevance in therapeutic communities. I want to mention this because for our people, this question of is there a soul or not, we answer yes, we do have a soul, but we say that the river already also has a soul. Everything has a soul, and everything is has the right to live their life with health. So when it comes to this discussion, we hear that but this is not in reality, right? This is not in a straightforward manner. But I repeat myself, it's not just about punishing practices of violence. We need to combat the ideology that inspires it. We need to recognize it, and we need to understand the idea of merit, guilt, justice that is done for those who have no soul, for those who are considered the enemies of Christ, for those who are considered outside of this norm. So I'd like to share with you a word from leadership. This was said by a master from the Kaigan community. He says, "The world of the whites are squared. They live in homes that looks like boxes, and they go from box to box, and they enter boxes that move to go from a box to another box. They are the people of box." So I'd like to invite everyone to think that no matter how important it is to look at reparation towards these violences, we should recall that we are part of the problem, and 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 it's about, and we see that these violences thank you. I'd like to thank Janine's words. She has spoken with sensitivity, with reason as well. It brings reflections to us, and she has spoken. I have not much to add to this. Well, one thing that we need to consider, I carry this in my work. I want to question this idea. What is good? What is in the name of good? What is good? What is bad? What is reason? What is not? So not just about asking these questions, but so many other questions that can give us different perspectives to see the world and to understand the world. Thank you for your speech, and now I want to invite for debate, to continue debate. Let me call now Paliana. She comes from the PUC Sao Paulo. She has specialization in Penal Code, European Penal Code, and masters through the PR Mendes, France. She is the coordinator of the Institute EZO. Poliana has 15 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to say hello to everyone who's here and everyone who is online. And we want to, everyone who is witnessing this important moment. So I took a few notes here. We try to hear the audience as well, if there's time. But of course, I cannot begin without celebrating the political importance of having representation in this panel, in this seminar. To speak of oppression, to speak of colonization, to speak of violence, to speak of this that is still so present in our days, has been very well mentioned. I mean by Dr. Denis, Dr. Karen. So obviously there's no way we can watch the video from Daniela and not consider that this is not a big deal, right? Looking at what we saw in the video. So it's a very simple manner. I mean, it's taught to us, and we see that when the state comes and it lets people die. So we cannot speak of health, we cannot speak of collective health without taking a step back and think about the genocide of black people, indigenous people in our country. And I say this because when we think of intersectional work, we need to cross structural elements in our society. So again, I would like to reiterate that we cannot speak about health without speaking about consciousness, about class, gender, race. We need to understand policies of so many people who operated for so many people, and I take the liberty to say that it still happens, and not anybody but specific people. So these people have a race, an ethnic group, and we see that we can keep on highlighting this, looking at an institution, of looking at the privation of liberty. So these bodies, these people, these people who are complete in their identity, and they're thought to be deviated people, Dr. Janine also mentioned. They didn't used to be, they were not deviated. They were just not undesired by a amount of people. They were women, they were men, they were children, they were people. So they were socially unrecognizable through violence. This is shameful in our history. It's a shameful part of our history. But this is a violence that has not ended. We just need to look at the reports, the inspections that are done. We can still see, unfortunately, that these images are still happening in many institutions in our country. And we need to look at this, and we need to consider an anti-asylum policy. It comes through a very powerful struggle, and we cannot look at this in a binary manner. Our anguish, our pain is different because we are multiple people. This is suffering. It cannot be considered, and it cannot be taken. It cannot be put in a box. We are women. We are black women. We are indigenous women. We are mothers. We are so many, and each and every one of us suffers from these policies. So when we look at removing asylums in our society, it's not just look at the person with this stigma. It's to consider that there is a construction, there is a production, there is a consideration of this diversity of people. If you allow me, I would say that we need to still do this, remove the quotation marks. These are not crazy people. These are not people who committed crimes, be whatever the crime it is, and these are people who have diversity, and they have structured elements in society that also cross this. So in this sense, I understand. We're trying to understand the importance, all elements of race, of gender, and look at economic, social. That the patriarchy, that a sexist and patriarchal and racist society imposes. I'd like to ask the panel, how can we think of an efficacious
policy, public policy, anti-asylum that comprehends all these dimensions of the person. So not only to think of removing people from these institutions and ending these institutions, but also promoting these individuals who are autonomous, critical, and free. So how can we think of mental health, individual mental health, without thinking of collective mental health? And here, if you allow me, Dr. Karen, I'd like to invite for this reflection from our colleague. He brings to us this idea that it's important to think of the real treatment, a treatment that is truly penal. And we need to drink from the fountain. This struggle, this anti-asylum struggle, thinking that there are cases that should not be seen through this idea of a penal answer, rather a health answer. We are talking about such a policy, and I mean, this is it. And if there's time, I would like to be open to receive any questions. I don't know if there's time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Poliana. Thank you for your words, especially the questions that she asked us. These are challenges, right? We are all here because we feel challenged, not by the legislation, the resolution. I believe that while we feel challenged about these things, about how to act, it is because we still believe in this is a place for us to be. Our mission also has come to an end. So anyway, I don't know if we have time. I don't know. I think the time is up. I don't know if there is time for questions. Let's see. Do we have time? I don't know. I think there's a question. I think there is a question. Shini, hello. Perhaps you'd like to answer? I think Alo is not online with us. He had to leave? Okay. I'm here, but thank you for the generosity. If you allow me, I have to leave. There's due to the time here. We understand. We appreciate your availability with us. It is really a joy for me to be here. So to look at this and explain this, when you look at other elements, Jenny can take care of this with more propriety, really. It reminds me of somebody in England, and I think he has said this in Dubai. It was an interview in a country. I don't remember which country. It was an interview, and he said that the majority of people should not be in these institutions, but I don't know who belongs where. And the state chooses to have everyone there without any consideration. So when we look at this, when we see this, we see these conflicts. And these conflicts require some sort of answer, So when we look at sexual assault, for example, and we see homicide, for example, in Germany, the cases that really brought about a discussion would be tyrant husbands who would violate their wives for so long because they had, diseases, mental diseases, or the abuse of alcohol, other substances, and they would kill their wives. And these cases did cause lots of discussion and brought us this question of how long, how should we look at this, sexual crimes, it's a big deal. So we look at this and we see that it is necessary to have some answer, some penal answer to this. Of course, we look at these cases, and these cases can be equated, and they should be considered with other ways of answer. So my point is to bring more ideas to this debate. And we look at how we do this effectively, how we look at these precepts, how we fight, we continue fighting, how we keep on having this spectrum, have this secular failure of the model, of the current model. The diagnosis is rather clear. But of course, we don't want to mention or to block any topic, especially these topics that are brought to us to debate, and oftentimes they need efficacious answers, and they need to be understood, and the other cases need to receive good treatment. So it is important to equate these cases and get to an alternative that does not just look at penal treatment as the only way. This is the only thing I want to share. Thank you for this opportunity and the question that was asked. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So thank you. See you next time. And we appreciate you being here. So, Ginny? I also thank you for your words, and I'd like to tell you that when we look at cases of sexual violence, misogynistic violence, they are fruit of the feminicide. I believe this is a very important debate, because the people who do this, who do misogynistic actions and LGBT transphobic, it seems to be in another group that is different from this. Misogyny is not crazy, but it's not being crazy, but being insane. I wanted to add this. Since we don't have much time, we want to think of public policies. One challenge that we do have is to remember that it's not about reparation. That we look at the prison system, it is a public policy, and how we deal with this paradox. The same state that with all pressure of social movements, we have been able to get these policies, but it perpetuates these. So as we want to deal with this paradox, it's a big deal. So in our Guarani people, we learn the values of taking care, of support, of solidarity, of health through play and art. And I think it's not random that the development of these conservative policies, fundamentalist policies, anti-asylum, looks at how we see an attack to these spaces of artistic construction, which are spaces for therapy for people and can really open this for people. I would like to remind you of a quote from Stamila. She says, what is imagined, it has, exists, and is. So everything that is imagined exists, is, in it, and has. So I believe that art can bring this imaginative feeling, this imagination, and as an experience. And we look at this is one of the best strategies that we used to use. And I recall how intersectional our struggles are. And there's this quote that says, "A world within many worlds." And so then we see this idea, not only this right as indigenous people, but also everything that goes against this idea of a monoculture. Thank you. Thank you for. But we have no more time. It's not possible to open for questions. I'd like to. I want to try and finish this panel by something that was very well said by Jenny. This idea of looking at the public policies, and the first thing we need to think of, and we need to consider, we've been saying that for some time, all the time, is that it cannot be the first public policy that these people find, so it has to be the last, the one that faces when the state offers as the first contact of a public policy prison. So when everything is wrong, and then we need to look at this, and this is why we are where we are. Thank you everyone for your participation, for this wonderful panel, and I believe this represented very well our existence, which is very different, very distinct, but had also so many things in common. Thank you. And now we go to the next panel. Thank you. We thank you, the moderator, Dr. Karen Louise Villanova de Souza, Batista de Souza, our panelists, for their participation in this panel. So thank you. And now
Now we are going to invite to the panel the mediator, the prosecutor, the justice prosecutor of the state of Goiás, Dr. Haroldo Caetano, the speakers, Dr. Ernesto Venturini, Dr. Paulo Amarante, Dr. Ana Paula Freitas Gujor, Dr. Sônia Barros. This conference this dialogue from the experience of psychiatric reforms, the Italian and Brazilian psychiatry reforms. The mediator, Dr. Haroldo Caetano, is graduated in law by PUC Goiás, master in penal sciences, a master in psychology, a prosecutor in the state of Goiás, and the winner of Innovari Award. Now the floor is yours, Dr. Haroldo Caetano. Good afternoon, all my friends here, my colleagues in this struggle. So many people who are dear to me. Good afternoon, everyone. It's with the greatest satisfaction that I accepted this invitation of the National Council of Justice. I composed the Jimenez Lopes Committee, and also now, which is a mark to this anti-asylum struggle here in Brazil, and also happy and honored to be the mediator of such an important panel with these admirable people who are an inspiration to everyone who fights this and this asylum mediation. So now it's with great pleasure that I am the mediator of this moment at the Magna Conference. It is interesting when we treat this issue of asylum, judiciary asylums in law, we always have this master lecture. Now this dates back, and this originated in Italy. Cesar Lambruso, the psychiatrist, is at the basis of the construction of these safety measures and edification of the judiciary asylum. But also Italy has brought us a century later, Franco Basaglia, who a big reference to the psychiatric reform in Brazil, and who was, we can say, a partner in this struggle. Professor Ernesto Venturini was a student, so here we witnessed this, a witness that participated in this movement in Italy and also in Brazil, so it is with great honor that we welcome you, Professor Venturini, for this master lecture today, as well as the other invitees who composed this panel, like Professor Paulo Amarante, our mandatory reference in any kind of article on mental health in Brazil. Amarante is there mentioned and quoted because this is mandatory reference because of his history marked by construction in the field of politics and also the academia in this struggle, anti-asylum struggle. Now, at this moment, the federal government, in these years of redemocratization that we could, from October last year, again, this allowed also for that moment that was necessary, or that condition, I would say, the environment necessary to have a more democratic breath. Also in the National Council of Justice, I'm certain that Jimenez Lopez group, we had, which allowed the addition and the approval of the plenary to approve this resolution. So it's this time of redemocratization that Brazil is going on. The federal government at this moment means a lot also for this anti-asylum struggle. So Ana Paula at Abrasme, she represents the militants, the anti-asylum militants, the strength of all this work that we have conducted and historically has been done from the movements, the workers, the users of the services, the mental disorder service, and in many other institutions and entities and people who mobilized for this, in this movement, which is fundamental, crucial, that allowed not only there, back ago, the edition of the law 10216 in Brazil, and now this movement, together with the normative acts in the National Council of Justice that will, it represents some hope, so which is this, the resolution 487 in this year of 2022. So we are here in a conference, in a lecture, the master lecture, to close this wonderful day, today, June 15th, here in Curitiba. So, without any other comments, I would like to hand it over to Professor Ernesto Venturini. You have 40 minutes for your speech.
Boa noite, não sei, boa noite, boa tarde a todas, todos, todes. Eu cumprimento os organizzatori deste evento. Eu tive um debate se falar em italiano ou em português. Ao final decidi de falar em português, que não é muito bom, peço desculpa, mas eu confio na sua capacidade de entender. Falo português porque amo este país, esta língua que é a linguagem da minha esposa, dos meus amigos, e tenho muito admiração para a coragem e a alegria deste povo. Então, vou falar português. O tema é o tema falar da experiência italiana. Então, pode sair a primeira slide, que é o título da minha intervenção. O que aconteceu? O 31 de maio de 2014 foi promulgada na Itália uma lei, a Lei 81, que é medidas para superar, medidas urgentes, olha, para superar os hospitais psiquiátricos judiciários. A lei entrou em vigor o 31 de março de 2015, após um prazo de um ano, e conseguiu o resultado. Foram fechados 6 hospitais públicos e um hospital privado, hospital para mulher, hospital conveniado. A popolação que foi envolvida neste processo era de cerca de 1.300 pessoas. Depois de alguns anos, estamos falando de 8 anos, a gente pode fazer uma primeira avaliação. A gente é aqui para contribuir nesta avaliação.
Evaluation for this experience.
A ideia é que o percurso foi totalmente um sucesso, apesar das narrativas, como sempre, que tem várias narrativas sobre este assunto. Então, esta é uma data histórica, o 2014, apesar que, como justamente falava o nosso moderador, o Estado de Goiás já conseguiu o resultado de fechar os hospitais psiquiátricos. Mas também, claro, que a Itália não é o Brasil, a relação é diferente, o número de populações, a magnitude do território. Mas então, estamos falando de um Estado moderno, complexo, então não é um pequeno Estado, não é o Estado de Mônaco. Então, a mensagem é que fechar os hospitais psiquiátricos é possível, psiquiátricos judiciários é possível. Não é só um assunto assim de direito. Justamente hoje Leo falava sobre a obviedade. É óbvio que afirmar o direito de todas as pessoas, mas o problema é concretizar esta obviedade, que não é fácil. Então, em frente às perguntas, como a gente pode conseguir o resultado que vai acontecer, então temos uma experiência que já tem 8 anos, e a experiência mostra, sem dúvida, com extrema clareza, que o medo que as mídias, os inimigos da reforma, eles colocaram que vai acontecer, aumento de homicídio, tudo isso não foi. a próxima seria este nome, Seminário Internacional. E aquele que fui, que aconteceu, foi que não é isso, então, isto. Não, per l'amor de Deus, volta a primeiro. Não, a primeira. Não é esta a diapositiva, obrigado. Mas então, eu vou continuar. Não tive assolutamente nessun aumento dos homicídios no país. Mediamente, o número de homicídio são 700 circa. E aconteceu que nos últimos anos o número total de homicídio passou a cerca di 300. Non è un effetto, è un problema geral. Então, diminuíram na Itália os omicídios durante questa epoca. Per lo contrario, una cosa preoccupante è aumentare un
Feminicide. This is something which is a problem. It is extremely serious. Around 130 cases per year, but I am talking in general. No? If we look at the problems, the crimes that were committed to the people with mental disorders, we see that these years, in 8 years, there were around, this number is not an exact figure, no? I don't have the references in Brazil, but around 12, 13 cases of homicides in 8 years that were committed by people with mental disorders. And simple homicides, or in 20 cases, an attempt to murder. So there were other problems, some persecution, an attempt to aggression, resistance over against public service. So these were the crimes that took place in that period, which are absolutely inferior to those that would happen before the law. So when it comes to this, I am evidence-based. This is an evidence. This is a fact. Disclosure of the asylums do not mean an increase of periculosity for serious situations. So we put the right of people, the possibility of getting these results. So to affirm, as some affirm, to state the need to keep those asylums is how I would say, quoting, people who need chloroquine as a treatment when there are already vaccines. So this is the message I would have to convey here. And so I'm happy for the solution of the National Council of Justice, because this that is happening here today is not, I understand, as a commitment of everyone, justice, health sector, society, in order to get this result. Because it is different to state a right. It's to affirm the willing to, with determination, in order to get this outcome. Because it's not easy, which is not easy. This is a big challenge, but it's worth it. It's possible. That is the message. So we need a big capacity of movement, big determination. Norberto Bobbio says that the law of the Italian reform is in the beginning was really one of the few reforms because it changed. There was a paradigm shift, a scientific paradigm, social paradigm shift, given the recognition of the law, the rights also for people who suffer with the mental diseases. This that I'm saying is exactly I try to communicate the experience that happened in Italy, and that's why I am going to speak, as you can see here in this slide, how we were able to reach this, to achieve this result. After we are going to talk about the current situation of the reform there and some critical evaluations, because we are not completely satisfied with the results, but it is a situation in transition, and after, when I will conclude with some considerations of exactly this, the reform in Italy, here in Brazil, the differences, the possibilities, and how we can use this experience here. So, like it is shown in this slide, the law of the reform was not just one law. There were at least 4 laws and 2 projects. So 4 laws, and now I will conclude. When I conclude, we hope for another law. So this also gives us an idea of the complexity of the process in the beginning of the 60s, when Basania goes to the asylum of Doricia, and after 15 years in the academia. And this is the essential aspect, because he had never seen an asylum first, and then he asked, what is it? I'm a doctor. This is like a prison. So this reflection, this ingenuous reflection contains because there is nothing to do with this situation with the Hippocrates. It's more, it was a naive analysis that he did. He would like to return to the university to see how he could challenge that challenge. He could, and then this is what generated the first law, exactly because of this experience now of a hospital that was open doors. There was community management there, so the users, the people that were in hospital, for the first time, they had a voice. So they would conduct the assembly there, the meetings, and this is what we call there the recovery of the users. This was already there, because finally the people, the protagonists, were them. So we were listening to them for the first time, to listen about their problems. So after that experience of this, the closure of the asylum, before any law, it was the law 58, the Basania. We thought it was like a mediation. It was not exactly what we thought would be important. Without the involvement of the university to provide, to medicate it. So this was the closure of all asylums. This is fundamental, this is crucial, this idea of we have to be like radical. This is my experience. So let's start then this, so then let's see what happens gradually. No, this is not like that. My experience is that we need to get the results for everybody. This is to overcome ambiguity. Of course, I had a problem after this law because the third law was the law of the NIGS. Né? So the reform, it was a special one for the people that disappeared. There is, but the law was incorporated into the NIGS. So this health system assumed this. So there were many articles there, né? Because they face this. It's not, it makes sense, né? This is the NIGS. There is no special law for people. This is a law for everyone. This is a health law, okay? So there was a problem too, because after that there were some difficulties. There were no resources necessary as there should be. For example, a protagonist of this period was Franca Basaglia. I am writing with Paulo Amarante and my wife Stella Goularte and Zisviati about the life of Franca Basaglia, a fantastic woman that is unfortunately known as the wife of Franco Basaglia, so Franca, so it's really there was a law, né? And it is her merit because she faced all the difficulties. The family members were against that law, né? For mental health. She listened to everyone. She would talk to all these people, and then later on she accepted the possibility of being a senator, so she worked in the Senate, so she had this capacity, this political capacity of showing how the problem was the enforcement of law, because with the enforcement of law, the results were good. And this is also something that will go to my conclusions, né? So in 1993, in the Senate, Franca presented a law to abolish the inimputability of those committed with mental diseases, because that situation, that people were totally incapable of understanding, and when she would provoke this situation, like she still provokes not only a healthy issue, but this trial to ensure this, because it was at that moment the parliament did not accept the idea, but now this is my expectation now is presented in the Italian parliament a law to close everyone it's really complicated to understand this idea of legal disability. So for all the legal disabled, the possibility, it's really difficult to understand that someone who shoots or stabs someone, the person does not understand the difference. Or, for example, caring for someone. Maybe this person does not understand the difference of caring for someone and stabbing someone. So it's not scientifically shown that there is no difference. I'm not talking about organic situations, of course, for somebody in a coma, that would be different. But this is just to express some thoughts. And something that I would like also to say is that the enforcement of law, that is not simply the principles, is that it means to go into practice, of problem solving. This is, for example, the Brazilian law, which is, they call it Lei Delgado, but it is not that law that we would expect, né? Something that could be expressed differently, but did not happen. But the practice, the capacity, the struggle, the anti-asylum struggle, the presence of the protagonists, those professionals, the work, the practical work, this is what, and it's the practice that would make the law happen. For me, as an assessor of the PAHO, we worked before, so I was admired with the work of some people that look weird to me, Domingos Sávio de Nascimento, because he was the coordinator of mental diseases in the ministry, but he had such a capacity to face things in a very simple way, so, which was a modality, so not ideologically, but in practice. So in the end, that so he could show that those structures did not respect the rights of people. So there was no funding anymore. So it was that simple. Go back home and think about the possibility of maybe sending these people back home, and assessing, of course, evaluating the cost of keeping that people in hospital, or having a budget in order to allow these people to go back home, and then evaluate the situation. So just to express that, I think we should understand the Domingos, because this year he had an sclerosis. It's really serious. He is disabled now, so I think that it's important to recognize his work and his big capacity to face that moment, and the possibility of doing that. This, by saying that, I would like to say that the principles are necessary. It's necessary, the practice is necessary. So, like I said, it's a commitment. It's a commitment of everything, of all these people. Of course, after this law in 78, it seemed absolutely necessary that paradigm shift that happened in mental health would bring automatically, would cause the closure of the asylums, judiciary asylums. But what happened is that the judiciary asylums were subject to the Ministry of Justice. And the reform was a reform that took place in the health ministry. So this is the difference. This difference hindered the possibility of making it possible. Impaired this possibility. So here in Brazil, for example, the experience of Paper J Minas or the Pile in Goiás showed the fundamental experience. This showed the possibility of facing the problem like a criminal block. For example, the organization of health services, so they would take the responsibility to conduct forensic evaluation of these people, providing the people, so having this responsibility of doing proper appropriate assessment of these people who are not capable to make decisions, and then facing the judge, we say we are going to assume their problems. In our health organization, we are going to do some interventions in prisons. So all these have showed the possibility, the practical possibility of offering a response. For example, in 40 years, nobody has been sent to judiciary asylum, and there was no problem, of course, statistically speaking, the possibility of committing a crime also. This did not happen, so nothing happened. So this offered the possibility for the judge to say, okay, there was this concrete possibility of this combination of justice and health, which was shown in Brazil, that the project of the National Council of Justice with this resolution is going to face. So it is possible. There was previous experience which shows that. Of course, we have to develop some knowledge, but also the capacity of a work network. There are many things to change. The paradigm shift is necessary. We have to change mindsets. We have to change the psychiatrist and psychologist mindset of everyone. This is, of course, crucial. Of course, that militancy, like we said, was something important. So these years after the reform, until we reached 2014, the constitutionalists, they faced this problem with, like here could be the Supreme Court, but they faced exactly this problem of the disparity of treatment, the need to have the capacity of with the safety measures. It was necessary to send people for an evaluation. So it was necessary to ask for a clinical report. So the judge, for the conviction, could change the measures, the safety measures, in the sense of a different capacity based on the experience of the National Council of Justice to face this issue. So justice, of course, put itself in this situation. So now, please, if you can show the next slide. Yeah, this slide shows the psychiatric, the asylums before the law. So the numbers of asylums, they are. And what happened was that first, something which is really important, most of the asylums in Italy were public, and most of the judiciary asylums were public, and the capacity, this involved all the psychiatrists were always totally favorable to the reform. And also the organizations, the psychiatrists, the organizations would talk about the necessity to overcome this asylum. So this was something that this means more strength for us to face the problem. So we carried out some visits, some surveys, we showed the situation, we conducted many surveys to show this, and then there was a complaint against the situations of the judiciary asylum for mistreatments. This has caused the constitution, the formation of a commission of health in the Italian Senate, with the presidency of a Senate who is Marino, who was very famous there. So he visited together with the representatives of all political parties to the judiciary asylums. So they have the right to enter whenever they want, and he filmed all this, he took it to the president, showed the film, and then the president, in his discourse, in his speech at Christmas, he said, there is something which is a shame in this country, which are the judiciary asylums. I am ashamed of this situation. So, period. That was really easy, because after that it was easier to reach a resolution. So there were some places called Renze that were the residences for the execution of the safety measures, in order to provide the clinical report. So basically the idea was to use these residencies as a place where it would be like a phase, that the people would have this was like maybe something temporary for people. This was the opinion of many people in the democratic psychiatry, that there is always this experience, this negative experience, that when you create a sanitary bed, a room, or any structure, automatically this structure is going to be used at its maximum or too much. This is another thing, after I will talk about it, because when they carried out this, paradoxically what happened is that the judge, before, when facing the situation of the judiciary, which he knew was unpleasant, they increased with some temporary safety measures to these new structures, because they thought, okay, now that's the end of my fault, so it's easier for me to do so. But this is really dangerous, because something is the person, we have to try to get an answer, but it's difficult. We do not leave this place if we cannot find the best answer for it. But a different thing is say, there is a place there which is temporary, and we can send the people there, So our opinion, the opinion of the Democratic Secretariat, is that the solution, the best solution, and for us it is still be the best solution in some regions like Trieste, is that we would have some customized projects, you know, projects that would involve different structures, judicial assistance, education, mental health, the mayor of the city, and a budget that would be the cost for the state, and with this money will be used for the people, which is an incredible amount. You cannot imagine how much it costs a day in hospital. You do not imagine how much all the organization which is necessary, doctor, psychologist, social assistant, a cook, you know, so it's a huge cost. It's a big cost. If a person can use this money, they go to a good hotel. I'm just kidding, you know, but if there is this economic possibility to respond to difficult situations, it's not a small amount of money. But let's go very briefly. I'm running out of time. Please, the next slide. So this is what is written there. So I'm going to read. So this is the law 81. The regions must have everyone. This was a fundamental aspect, because the regions would have to receive or welcome all these people in judiciary asylums, but health is the health of the territory. This means that each region, each situation, health situation, has to be done regionally. And these structures are structures with this characteristic, which are the competency of a health and a problem that used to happen, that was a terrible mediation, because these structures are sanitary structures. So in the interior of these structures, there are health professionals with so if people want to leave, there is no custody. The people are free to leave. There is no custody, like some safeguarding. They can leave at any time. So what happens is that to somehow address the fears of the population, some mayors, they established an external custody, which is a paradox, so cameras to control or close doors as the way to face population fear. But in the countryside, if the people said, I would like to leave, they can open the door and leave. So this is to express a contradiction that still exists, because many of these situations, they seem terrible. But it is a temporary situation. So you can see these are the characteristics of these. So these are these residences are temporary. There is an internal management of them, which is in charge of the health sector, a more familiar characteristic. So in order to close the asylums, we found that was the solution we found. It's not the best possible solution, but it was the solution that allowed to close completely all asylums. It is a temporary situation. If we can move to the next slide, I'm going to talk about it, because to explain this transitory situation, here you can see all these structures, these residencies that were, most of them are temporary. There are around 26, 27 of these residences that were. The next also show the situation of these residences per region, which shows the operation of these residences. You can see all the characteristics, according to the region, the number of people that they can attend, the average of people that occupy these places, and the characteristic that refer to the occupation and the percentage of occupation, and also reference, because of course the regions have different populations, so how many vacancy per inhabitant, per million of inhabitants. This shows us the situation in Italy. Italy had a region, treated the health divided per regions. You can see the difference between, for example, you have to go one slide back, please. Yeah, Lombardia and Friuli di Venezia Giulia. In Friuli di Venezia Giulia, we have just 2 places being used. But in Lombardia, 151. Why is that? Now, what happens there? Of course, that Lombardia is in Milan, a more complicated situation, but the difference is that in the region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, there is a community work which is wonderful. Nobody goes to the RAMs, these RAMs are generalized. Lombardia, that has a different logic, a neoliberal logic where problems are structural. So you can see what happens. So we have this situation of the RAMs. We can see in the next slide, please. It shows exactly the difference of what happens in Italy. And these differences show different models of attending. So law is necessary, but also structure is necessary to ensure all this process. Another thing here show the problems, people who are waiting to go to be sent to this place, because actually the number of vacancies is inferior to the number of people who are waiting for the service. You can advance in the slides. You can see around 500 people who are waiting for this vacancy. So this is an extremely result. You can please go to the next slide. I'm going to my final conclusion. So this disorder, this lawlessness is due to the laws are not complete, because this association of social risk and safety measures, the double way, I don't know how to say that, in Brazil and other dispositions, because there is in the criminal procedure, so we have to understand what the criminal procedure is. Now, it cannot be a fascist criminal procedure, and all the criticism around this will try to abolish this criminal procedure, but in Italy they could not change this code. So there is a proposal of a law 2939 that was presented in the parliament exactly by to stop with this So this idea to solve this legal disability and all the safety measures, so the alternative for us is simply that there will be a place which is the prison. If it is something horrible, the problem is that we have to overcome. So this would mean the need to face also the prison system problems. So I will keep this situation, this ambiguity, this absurd ambiguity, because I don't want to send people to prison. So I send the person to an asylum. I understand, but this is not how it should be. We have to assume that. So this means that when you can go one slide further, yes. So when we are talking about facing the problem, overcoming the situation of the judiciary asylums, this is a challenge to to everybody, to society, to justice, health, economy, work, education. All this has to be involved in that, because it is exactly a huge challenge. So it means that we have to think and strengthen the networks, the mental health networks, which in Italy, in my opinion, and also in Brazil, we need to, there is hope, there is a good experience to create this network to sometimes the CAPES, SERSANs are places that are, really defensive. They are not actually, they do not understand the reality of the community. So we are there. Of course, it's about identity. We can work art therapy, but the problem is how, That is the problem of insanity. So how do we understand this? How does the community understand it? So, of course, we have to build a work of inclusion exactly to overcome these structures that should be temporary. Okay. So the next, my conclusions, this evaluation of how we reached this result, this conclusion, and this, it shows that overcoming asylums is impossible. We understand that without a complete change in law and the problem of unaccountability, or this, we are going to have this ambiguity. So this is a very clear, this is an objective, of course. This challenge is a challenge which means increasing the capacity of sustaining with a community and with a network to help to support these people who have problems. So it's a problem with resources. It's absolutely important to qualify and train these people, these workers. It's also a problem of developing maybe some training, not exactly the university, I would say, that is refer more to a knowledge. I don't know of it's the United States, the old asylums there, but it's not like that. It is a reference to the clinical aspect. So I think the experience like Pali and HPJ, they showed this capacity of facing this. So they have an experience that they can offer in the sense of this qualification. So all this includes exactly this complexity, this difficulty. There is a big challenge that we cannot say, okay, we do not have the tools for it. No. The idea is now. Okay, we have to face the problem now. And everybody or nobody, I would say everybody is nobody with the... So I did not say what I wanted to say, but I was mentioning Franco Basaglia in 79. He referred to the closure of the asylums in general. But this can be exactly, this is very updated because he said that what is important is to show that the impossible can become possible. 10, 15, 20 years ago, nobody would think it was possible to destroy asylums. But on the other hand, what can happen is that the asylums can really close. With the support of people and the community, it is something possible. He would say that this can happen. And in Italy, we have huge problems. I don't know if you are aware, we cannot talk about politics, but we have an extreme right government which is not very sensitive to the social problems. And also there are many other aspects there, but probably you can help in that sense. Italy at this moment, like in the past, that was another thing that happened, but Franco Basaglia said that the important is another thing. It is to know what can be done. That is the important thing. It's really important to know what can be done. This is big. This is really strong. That is the message. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ernesto Venturini. During your speech, we had like a journey through history, all the psychiatric reform in Italy and in Brazil with your participation, which is crucial for this process. And this really enriches this moment that we are living here in Brazil, which is a historic moment with an important step that we are taking with this proposal in order to close the judiciary asylums. It's interesting to listen to it, to these proposals for the end of this legal disability, which is also a very radical decision, but which would not it would not by any means prevent those people to be arrested. It's something interesting, but it makes us really think, because it is also considering the permanence of these people in these asylums. In Brazil, it wouldn't be possible because of the constitution that demands. The Brazilian constitution did not consider the risk levels, 1978, the guilt, so they demand that to impose this, it's necessary to have the culpability, né? So thinking about the extinction of this in the Brazilian context is something which is, né, complex. I would say it is necessary to face this culpability, the culpability of those, né, with the mental disorders, those that are responsible, né, but to differentiate, né, this. This would provoke many reflections that will certainly be taken into consideration in this event and in our discussions from now on. And I would like now, unfortunately, before your presentation, I did not mention your curriculum here to the audience, but I would like to correct that by saying that Professor Ernesto Venturini is a psychiatrist in the field of human rights. He was an assistant at Medicine University of Catholic University in Rome, also a cooperator of Franco Basaglia in the disinstitutionalization of asylum, where he had the position of chief physician. He was also a director of mental health in Imola, also PAHO for Latin America. He has been working since '92 with the psychiatric reform in Brazil. She is a representative of Franco Basaglia Association and also Fiocruz. Without any other, I would like to open the floor to Professor Paulo Amarante, who is a senior researcher of Fiocruz, a doctor in public health, a honor president of the Brazilian Association, ABRASB, honoris causa doctor in and also post-graduation of the universities here in Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. Professor Amarante, you have the floor for 20 minutes. Good evening, now it's good evening already, right? Sorry, I will speak from here. For me, it's better. I am standing and I can stretch a bit. I can see you better because you were really distant here from us. At least I can see you better. I see you closer to me. And I would like first to thank and congratulate the organizers for this initiative here in the National Council of Justice, all the entities involved. I would like to greet and thank for everyone involved in the organization of this important event. I think that we are really living a historical moment in the country with the struggle for human rights, equality, overcoming many violences that were carried out on behalf of reason, God, justice, science, and many others. So I would also like to say the honor that is to be on a panel presided by Haroldo Caetano. I want his book. I know a lot about his work, but in practice, and I mention his experience because I know how important it is. We are friends for long. He was my supervisor in the postdoctorate in Imola. We worked many years, but I would talk from where he stopped, when he mentioned Franco Basaglia. It was the person that I had the possibility to meet, and also Franca, and he says it's something important because when he says it's possible to do it, so my speech is fundamentally, what can I say in an international seminar with such important people today, with no demagogy? I have learned a lot today, so I reflected some innovative questions to me. We are living here with all these speeches today with very important considerations at that moment that we are rebuilding this country. Last year we had this seminar of 40 years. I coordinated this at the Fundação Oswaldo Cruz. It was a pioneer on this work of psychiatric reform, and we called this seminar of rebuilding the future because many years ago we had a project for the future and it was thrown away. But now we are going to rebuild it and move forward. So I was wondering on maybe having more like a testimony of somebody who is working for almost 50 years for this struggle, this anti-asylum struggle, trying to defend our NHS system, not only talking about the possibility of having this anti-asylum policy, but the anti-asylum policy with the judiciary. So I would ask Samuel to share my presentation, Samuel. So I cannot see it from here, but just to remind that first photo there, some people have seen it, but this was an experience that marked me. With a photographer from O Globo, we took this picture of a woman that was forgotten. This woman died, mummified in the cell. So to see the level of violence, of abandon that people live in these institutions. And this situation, when we started with all this movement here in Brazil, I was a doctor, recently graduated as a doctor. I was fired from many asylums from my graduation, and I was impressed because we had around 80,000 people in asylums in Brazil, 80,000 institutions, and Professor Luis Cerqueirinha, how we used to call him, he said it was impossible to know. There was no statistics about it. There was Juqueri. Juqueri has documents that said they had more than 20,000 people there, and others, a recent research now, Capa Branca, that was written by an employee, that says that they had around 30,000 people. Imagine an institution with 30,000 people. And today, after preparing this speech, I remembered the film. I don't know why I didn't remember this before, from Frederic Weisman. Please Google it, access this film, because this is one of the first documentaries. This is all true because he shows the daily life of an asylum, judiciary asylum, in the United States. It is of such violence, it's something that is difficult to imagine. So this was more or less the institutions that we knew, the people who were sleeping on the floor, the discussion of a colony, a colony of prisoners, of institutions where people had as a principle to clean society, to remove these people that were undesired. So I found a testimony of somebody who would say this is published in some articles, thanks to the Minister of Justice, as there were 5,000 people there. They would place all the people that were the unwanted people, Marxists, people that were communists, and poor people, etc., and so on. So children and orphans and so on. So it was an institution aimed at being a colonia, a place where these people that were somehow a problem to the society would be sent to. So big part of these asylums were private, that would be kept with the resources from the NHS. Here are some pictures, then I wonder, this was the book that was given to Daniela Arbetz, the Holocaust, which inspired her. And this book has all the original photographs of the journalist Luiz França, who produced this, who did this article for the newspaper, o Globo, sorry, it's a magazine, O Cruzeiro. So it would be interested, if you are interested in those, all the photographs that the journalist took in that afternoon. It was an afternoon that he spent in this place in Barbacena, and this even before Franco Basaglia, he refers to it as a Remember that Basalha was in Brazil in 78, né? So it was mentioned, né? Considered a concentration camp. So Franco Basaglia was invited here to Brazil with the psychoanalyst Gregório Baerblich, né? So just to relate this, I don't know if I can see the slide from here, but first we had a law, an ongoing law from 1934, after the first National Conference on Health, mental health in 87, there was a commission to see this legislation. This commission elaborated a project of law from Paulo Delgado that was a very progressive project of law that would propose progressive extinction of asylums in Brazil and its replacement by other treatment methods. So it's possible to say that this project of law was really advanced, was really, it was not approved. It was 12 years there being analyzed. When it was approved, it was a substitution that was, talks about right of people with mental diseases. Now it is questionable because nobody is committed with this. This is like an experience. And even then, this movement of the psychiatric reform, the anti-asylum struggle, it was really far from what we wanted, but this publication of this magazine in the end of the 80s, which is Radice magazine, which in 79 used this name by referring to these asylums as a concentration camp. This is a photo of Juquiri for you to see the level of violence these people suffered. Many documents would show that. So this moment of the approval of this project of law was fundamental in that context, that for the first time in Brazil they decided to close this asylum, not because of lack of resources, but to implement another model. It was really important. It happened in Santos. This asylum was closed. There was many in its place, they implemented a network of other services, other treatments. So it was necessary to create other possibilities. Some houses, some places for them to work, some cultural activities, and so on. So this served as a model, let's say, for the project, for the psychiatry reform in Brazil, which is all the relation that the society has with those they name as different and mad. And Samuel, you can go ahead. I would like to also mention a dear friend of mine. This photo was taken in front of the Court of Justice in Paraná. His book was forbidden. This is the Conto dos Malditos. He also talked about he reported the violence that was here, so he was punished with an absurd amount of money that he had to pay every time he mentioned this book. He mentioned the asylum and the institution that he was. This book originated the film Bicho de Sete Cabeças with Rodrigo Santoro. It was certainly one of the most important tools. And I talk, when this film was released in 2000, the biggest majority of young psychiatrists, nurses, social assistants, they were really young. Many people, it's important to recover this denounce, this exposure, when he blows the whistle to this situation. And another important thing, which is the Damião Ximenes, this case is really important. Brazil, for the first time, was penalized in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights for the assassination, violent assassination. There are hundreds of situations like this in the asylums in Brazil that end up, very recently a brother of a congressman died in this situation, a musician from Niterói, that was sent to an asylum because he needed a moment of reflection. He was in a depressive situation when he went to the asylum, and when he saw what was there, he tried to leave, and he was spanked until his death. Also, the son of an ex-mayor in Niterói, you see these cases with no repercussion, nothing happens, the courts are silenced, the media reports this for 1 day or two and then stop mentioning. So, and I would like also to show that this discussion that we have been having, there is my profession, it's my council, when they said that they didn't know about it. I participated in an extensive process of the ministry. I was there in the day this document was launched, which was also a resolution, a booklet with all the experience and discussion from 2008. The federal ministry asked for entities of the ministry, state levels, and everything who was involved with health, education, social assistance to discuss the safety measures and the applicability of law 10216, the psychiatry reform, in this juvenile justice system. So it was a long process. We had a work group, people participating, and at the end of this process, we concluded the adequation of the enforcement of law to the judiciary asylums in the country. Okay. And this movement was it was vastly broadcasted. Many people participated in this. And it is weird that they say now, for example, that they didn't know about it. So this is something that I would like also to highlight the importance. And 2011, when we also had a great, very significant event with people from different states, the federal ministries. And so with that, in all these years now of struggling, and we were able to have a very important process of psychiatric reform in Brazil. I remember when we started, people would say it was possible to do something to treat these people in an asylum or out in another open door institutions. So this was the same concern that Leo mentioned today, this idea that this fear people have, it would be danger, crazy people in the streets. So these are the people that left the asylum. So the economic situation, unemployment, misery, a series of other questions. But we did that. We showed it was possible to close around 60,000, more than 60,000 places in this. We removed more than 60,000 people. We avoided thousands of people to go to this because we closed this. Because we opened some other centers, we created the program De Volta Pra Casa, we had some other cultural activities, social activities, activities for employment. So we had a vast program to deal with the different experiences of people with psychic problems. And this was a very crucial experience because it changed the scenario that we were living. Those people that we saw in those pictures, they are there at CAPES, singing, dancing, producing, building, doing some activities in groups, returning to the cities. And we have to rethink our psychiatric concepts. The old concept used by Philippe Ney, the mental alienation, so alienated, incapable of, do not know what is, no reason to be, problems with so this is like being irrational, being abyss. This concept is totally ancient. So the mental disorder is not, we started using like I always talk about my students, mental health students, to look for maybe other names, what exactly we mean by disorder. So we talk alienated or sick, or this evokes the character of judging these people. So somebody lost their mind, in some sense this is what it means. So this concept is the concept that has been used to transform this into a pathology. Today there are no more children that are all have problems. So they are suffering from depression, or we are silencing. We are talking about. We have an increase in mental disorders. This is an increase of a psychiatric diagnosis, given from a concept of disorder, which they don't know much. There is very little scientific knowledge, no epistemologic strength. If we do not have it, we cannot diagnose mental disorder as people are doing, for example, hyperglycemia, diabetes, or any other thing. So we should be more careful. We should be more we cannot send them to asylums or apply some electrical shocks or lobotomy, so banishing them from society, for example. So it's really necessary, if we are aware of their limitations of this concept that we still use, it's more a moral concept, which is also historical. There is a certain context, cultural context also involved. So we have other ways to deal with these people. So for this reason, I think I ended up exceeding a little bit my time. I would talk here what Lima Barreto said. Lima Barreto wrote a book called Live Cemetery, and one of these days I was thinking how smart this author was, so talk about this asylum where he was for some time. This is a place where people were buried alive, so dead, socially speaking, dead, like humanly speaking, they are living like zombies. So Lima Barreto inspires me a bit to say that we, maybe, I know many people that we resurrected after being locked and punished and bestialized, whose destinies was death, and today are able, revived. They are also fighting for this movement in this struggle, for these survivals, examples to many countries in the world. There is a big engagement, solidarity economy, to income generation, many projects with the users, and the cultural projects as well. I have to finish with a sentence that I heard from somebody. They say, these people from mental health, they are really creative. We had a seminar with her. There was Tapirã Pirapiru, which is a carnival block. There were many other groups. And he said, these people from the mental health, Gilberto Gil, the Ministry of Culture. So here, my time is over. I would like to thank you all. It's possible, no? I would like to finish by saying that it's possible. Thank you, Professor Paulo Amarante. You really respected your time. This is important, today, because the two speakers still have to say their words, but it's interesting when you remember, the prosecutor for the public ministry. I participated in the elaboration of this together with a group of other people, and we really believed in 2011 that we would have a transformation of this reality of the asylums, and more 12 years passed, other 12 years passed, and we are here insisting with the same proposal. But you and Professor Ernesto Venturini, this historical aspect, you completed from the beginning of the movement there in Italy, and now the whole process here in Brazil with your report. So now I would open the floor to hand it over to the next speaker, Professor Ana Paula Freitas Gujor, who is a psychiatrist, PhD in public health, coordinator of the Lab for Study and Research in Mental Health and Psychosocial Attention Labs, president of the ABRASP. You have the floor, Professor, for 20 minutes. I will ask them for my presentation. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the kind words of Haroldo Caetano, a good fellow I have in the public ministry in Goiás. I think that this is a very important moment for us in the field of psychiatric reform, and I would like also to thank this house on behalf of the judge, Luiz Fernando Tomás Kepp, and greeting the panel here with me, the other speakers, Ernesto Venturini, Sandra Barros, Paulo Amarante, also partners of in this struggle. So I believe that this moment is a symbolic moment, a historical moment we are living, to be here discussing a resolution of the National Council of Justice to the operators, the law operators, in a reconstruction together with the workers of the psychiatric reform, the workers in the field of mental health. This is really innovative. Although, like Paulo Amarante says, Dr. Haroldo also said, in 2011, there was this idea. In 2002 was the year where we had the first meeting with entities, sectors, inter-ministry sectors to discuss the same topic. But I believe that this moment now, we have all the conditions, even though we are coming from a delicate moment to our democracy, I believe that today we have quantitative of sectors, collective sector that are organized, political, people very well informed in order to complete this task, that is to establish this dialogue with the society. The idea in my presentation is to try to discuss a thesis that is not, 20 minutes is not enough, so I'm going to be superficial, but I would like to guide in that sense a discussion on the basis of why is it so difficult today to permeate the discussion of our society in this issue of the insane, those in conflict with the law. And I would say the same way we have difficulties to establish a dialogue in relation to our prison system. So please, I would like for them to share my presentation. So first, for this discussion, I like the images and videos. Daniela Arges brought a video, and now it's easy, we can take a photo with a cell phone. I bring here 2 films, the Chronicles of Aline Alvarez and the House of the Death with Débora Diniz. Aline also had a doctorate thesis on the asylum in Belém, and Débora Diniz has a book, a very strong book on the Celso from the Judiciary Asylum in 2011, also called the Asylum. So if you can watch these films, I think it's really impactful, really important for us in order to understand these issues involving asylums. This is the first image, the first photograph. This is now the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro in Praia Vermelha, and this is where the first ward, that was the service of alienated and delinquent, Lombroso session. We are going to listen about that. It was a specific annex destinated in 1903 to be the space where the insane, the criminals, could be sent, and also some mad criminals. So this way, in 1903, they established that they should build the judiciary asylum, but each state have their own, and while this didn't happen, they would create these special annexes. There are news that this Lombroso session has some reports of being in operation from 1910. So I brought this place, this National Hospital of the Alienated. The importance of this in this history of psychiatry in our country, for the ones who don't know this process, it opened when the emperor, so they called it the Dom Pedro II asylum. So it is really symbolic that a space for the control, a space was an event, was something that showed the birthday of a monarch, the age of majority of a monarch. So this section, Lombroso, was the first in the country also, that it was a space where those criminals these mad criminals would be sent, and now from a judiciary definition, right? But in the 19th century, we have the first judiciary asylum, no? It was not the name at the time, but it was a special prison of Broadmoor in England. This in the 19th century, in 1863. In France and United States, it was not so clear what space these people would be sent. Sometimes they would go to prisons, and some places they would go to prisons, and others they would be sent to asylums. So in the second half of the 19th century, in the beginning of the 20th century, we had a moment of change, a shift in the urban space. So we are going to consider, I think that my colleagues placed here a lot of the social context with the increase of conflicts as an important factor in this need of the more vulnerable. So we have an increase in conflicts, in this restraint, this confinement of these people, with the increase of industrialization, urbanization. In Brazil, specifically, especially in Brazil, we have a context, somehow we can talk about it. It's really different from the European context because we are also talking about a workforce that are slaves, that were abolished, but they were left to in a government that was to ensure the elites. So this makes this space of confinement, either asylums or others, it would be spaces that were to keep the status quo of this. So I would like to highlight that in this moment, the criminals and crimes in this period, they were a target of discussion about crime and insanity, criminal personality. So we can think about this idea of crime and madness, punishment, treatment, psychiatric justice, and this structure of a system, a legal system in the 18th century will generate an amount of people who are arrested, they lose their connections. This is a little bit similar to these people who lose their, so they are, this makes, this creates a social type, this criminal has a social type, and then they start having some typification of this place of crime as a place with certain similarities to some kind of disorders that in the 19th century is diagnosed. It is a very rich moment to produce justifications, and once again, medicine serves in the psychiatry, in this case, as a support for the exclusion. And the operators of law. So this legal system, this punishment system is the psychiatric model, we can see here some diagnosis, some kinds of stigma created. We are going to talk about monomanias, Lombroso, who has this idea of the one who is born with a trend to be a criminal, and Morel with the degeneracy theory. And here is the idea of stigma. So this is stigma as alienated, degenerated, abnormal, and we see this perpetrating and reproducing in many other groups, in population groups, either indigenous peoples or black people in our country, not only the insane and the criminals insane, generating the construction of an idea of incapacity and periculosity, and this deshumanization authorizes us to confine, to have some social control, and we can even include death, if we think about these people who live in the slums, the 65,000 people who were killed in 2019. So this is a little bit of the law. We do not have time to talk about this. This is the 1890, that would not name these asylums as a specific place for it. So in 1903, there was a special law. In 17, they opened that asylum, and it started operating from 1910. And then Heitor Carrilho, which was the asylum, in 1850. So these are interesting data on this period. There are some situations that are really peculiar, because this judiciary asylum, it's important to mention, it was not created in the sense of ensuring some human care for people who are sick, but it is like the best punishment for those who are the delinquent, the criminal, the person who was born a criminal. So today we have this data. These are the data of asylums in Brazil, and I would like to highlight that 39% of the total people that are kept in these asylums are people that were there temporarily, so they were not judged. Just some photos for you to see the situation today. These are photos from the inspection. This is the house of the death, and also the inspection of the judiciary asylums that were taken in 2015, which is the last data that we have. So we have this knowledge, these bottlenecks, these obstacles of what we have nowadays. And I would like to, with that idea of stigma, I think that today the biggest challenge is to ensure that there is this dialogue. We have to ensure this dialogue. We need some networks. We cannot close judiciary asylum without investment, without budget, without expanding the network, ensuring those workers, these people who need special care, and this custody. So we have to follow these people so they are not sent to prison, and for that is necessary to have some audiences and to fight this fake news made by many institutions that would have to defend health, but which actually defend their interests. So unfortunately, I don't have much time, but I will conclude here, because this is, I would like to convey, I would like just to provide my contact, that is my email address, if you want more information about it. Thank you, Professor Ana Paula Freitas Gujor, for the brief presentation. You saved 3 minutes. Thank you for your participation. 4,860 people. But this is a number that cannot generate any kind of justification for panic. We live in a country with It's less than one per municipality, just for you to have an idea of the dimension that this number means. It's also interesting that out of these 4,680 men and women that are in asylums, 0 are in Goiás. I have to mention this because this is the reason for being here in this seminar, to show that it is possible. Like Professor Ernesto mentioned, Professor Paulo also said that we have to believe that we can definitely close these asylums. It's not utopia anymore. It's a need, it's an urge. Like it was said, the reason of an ethical commitment, political commitment that came with the resolution 487. I will open the floor now to Dr. Sonia Barros. Graduated in nursing by the Federal University of Bahia, also a master at USP. She is a professor for the nursing department and psychiatry in the nursery school at USP, and she is now the director of mental health, alcohol, and other drugs from the Ministry of Health. With the floor, Dr. Sonia Barros, you have 20 minutes. Good evening, everyone who are here. Thank you for the resistance of the ones who are still here with us. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the National Council of Justice, the Court of Justice, all the organizers of this event for the invitation to participate of this historical moment in the process of the anti-asylum policy in our country, to speed up this psychiatric reform in the country. So we are building this moment together. So I would like to greet all my colleagues in this panel, dear people to me, very respectful speakers. So don't worry about the amount of paper, because I used a pencil to cut a lot of text, but I think it is fundamental, on the title of this, this dialogue from the experience of psychiatric reform in Italy and Brazil. We have to contextualize a bit, and I think that we know. It was also mentioned that the national policy of mental health and other drugs in the country is characterized by the communitary work, and to ensure human rights of the users of the Brazilian NHS. This was built in alignment with the democratization movement in the 80s, and we are still building this democracy. I also think everybody knows that the experience in Brazil is an international reference. The Brazilian model has gained visibility, and it's really good to know, to have the national documents, international documents of organizations such as the Pan American Organization of Health, the World Health Organization. They recognize that the experience in Brazil, it's well structured, well evaluated, and is formed and organized in the mental health. This is a document of PAHO dated from 2022. Also, other documents recognize that these experiences lead to the suggestions, as it was mentioned in 2009 by WHO, suggesting the end of the asylums. And also in 2013, the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization renewed the guidelines for the change of the healthcare, and they suggest substituting this treatment in asylums to the communitary networks and units. So these people in charge of the psychiatry reform, it's really good to have such tools in order to have these arguments. Why not? Né? So this model of mental health in Brazil has also evolved a lot with the transformations that took place in the world and the so-called desinstitutionalization of mental health, that is the idea that has for many decades guiding the construction of these mental health policies in the more developed countries. And here we can say that it's our chief matter. So this reorientation in Brazil has been studied by researchers from different institutions, national and international. So all the findings from these studies, they corroborate this effectiveness of the models, communitary models, either for the reduction of hospital demand or what is related to suffering or mental health problems. These studies are part of those. I'm not going to read or mention all these studies, but they are available if you are interested to have the access to them. Even with all this evidence, these significant advances in the model, we know that from 2016 there was a severe change in the perspective, the assistance of the mental health policies in Brazil, which pavimented the model proposed, this setback that we do not accept anymore. We are now in this moment retaking this psychiatric reform in Brazil, and we have to reinforce that this policy, national policy against of mental health and other drugs, is constituted based on human rights, where human dignity is a premise, and inspired in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Brazilian Constitution, which brings citizenship and the dignity of the human person as central. So the right to health is one of the most relevant rights because this is directly related to life. On the other hand, this model, as it is in the law 10216, has to ensure the right to health care, which in the condition of human rights must preserve the other human rights, including the right to freedom. Also, the law determines that the people has to be treated in communitary services of mental health. This is to preserve this right. This desinstitutionalization is the idea that would guide, that would drive this, and it has been a topic of debate. Every opportunity we have, national and international literature that talk about the reforms, the essential models on mental health, there is consensus that this desinstitutionalization is not does not finish with the end of the asylum, according to WHO. In the document dated from 2020, this desinstitutionalization requires the attention and the reclusion of people with mental suffering in the asylums to ensure dignity and quality services for the same organization. This desinstitutionalization is one of the keys for the complex process of restructuration of the health services, mental health services. Based on the transformations generated after war in different parts of the world, Luterli, that was mentioned here, an Italian psychiatrist, Professor Ernesto Nuturini and Franco Bazar, that led the psychiatric reform in Italy, that he understands that it is a practical work for the transformation that would disassemble and assemble the problem to offer human care to people. So for some time, for decades, the Ministry of Health would say that the policy of mental health has as its center disinstitutionalization, understood as a process complex which involves not only the end of asylums, but fundamentally the effective conditions for community care, continuous care, and qualified care to all those who need attention, treatment, and rehabilitation, and reinsertion, social reinsertion. This process that was interrupted in 2016, we have been taken and we are moving forward in that perspective with the support of the National Council of Justice. In this scenario, this resolution 487 we understand that this resolution comprises the principles and methodologies of what we said about the disinstitutionalization, already consecrated in the field of psychosocial field, also for people in conflict with the law who have some mental disorders and some at the end, it seems that the resolution establishes that the asylums and prison systems, juvenile justice systems, as spaces for mad and criminals. We follow this law, 10216. The resolution establishes that the treatment of these people must be conducted in the psychosocial networks of the national health system here in Brazil, and this treatment has to be a therapeutical priority carried out in the community, this network for psychosocial attention. Like we said, with the law 10216, the policy of mental health in Brazil has as its guidelines the implementation of this model that was concentrated in asylums and psychiatric hospitals. From this new report, the people who suffer from mental health diseases, now they have been receiving this treatment in the community hospitals. So the Ministry of Health understands that the treatment for these people who present suffering and mental health disorders must be carried out in the community, and the hospital must be the last resource, never the first. So in that perspective, it's worth mentioning that when it comes to the psychosocial, some aspects, essential aspects to qualify the discussion and overcome criticism on the lack of structure of the NEC. We need to expand it, we need to qualify it, even though this network at the moment counts on 2,858 centers of psychosocial attention that are the community services, the reference services for people with the suffering or the mental disorders. These services are in 6 states and the federal district. So for each group of 100,000 inhabitants, there is 1.33 CAPES. The last decade, we had the goal of 1 CAPS for every 100,000. So the trend is to move forward. And also the National Health System has 48 services that have been shown fundamental for the disinstitutionalization And this example of these services show that one of the issues that have to be think is this, for this population that would leave asylums and hospitals and other services. So at this point, all these centers, excluding the hospital beds, for more than 4,000 points of attention that are distributed and also those multi-professional teams that will play an important role for the primary attention and other in the net. So between March and May, to talk about this advance, which is still small, but it is a trend, the Ministry of Health invested 31,250,000, a little bit more, for the expansion of this network between March and April and May. And now we are gonna continue spending this in the second semester, now in 2023, and for 2029, 5.4% the size of CAPES, that would strengthen the capacity to include the demands that will arise with the desinstitutionalization of the asylums. The Department of Mental Health from the Ministry of Health is also training some more immediate and others long-term for the workers that will have this reference. Also, it was already mentioned, but I think it's important to mention that in practice in Brazil, there are many municipal and state experiences that people who already work with the desinstitutionalization of people with mental health disorders and in conflict with the law. One of these experiences dates more than 20 years, so there is a technology that is consolidated, which we need to expand. The resolution of the National Council of Justice make it formal what happens in many other countries, establishing guidelines, national guidelines, which is something important in this case. Facing this basis, we can state that the policy of mental health in Brazil has as its guideline the desinstitutionalization of the care and preserving human rights of the people that use the health services. Also, this community care will reduce the need to send these people to hospitals and allow this process of desinstitutionalization. We can say that the resolution of the National Council of Justice is compatible with the policies and guidelines of the Ministry of Health. The Department of Mental Health has been discussing, faces to this scenario, the principles of a policy of desinstitutionalization of this population, understanding that it has to be intersectorial, interministerial in the elaboration of strategies and the compositions of several resources which are necessary for the desinstitutionalization of people with mental health disorders and conflicts with the law. And what we have to establish is the human care based on Law 10216 and human rights. And we must immediately start the permanent education process with the workers at APIS, but not only, it is fundamental to work with the APIS and the services applicable to these people with mental disorders and problems with the law. These as dialogues, debates, a flow of information, and also action in the network. And also the dialogue, the primary attention to strengthen these teams. And we also understand as fundamental to develop communication proposals to establish communication with the population in general and the workers of the health networks, social service in that perspective, intersectorial perspective. It's also necessary and something that we are doing. It's almost ready. The mapping of these convergences and the existing ones between the psychosocial networks and the asylums and the prison system with the psychiatry wards. So this convergence is we need to establish this flow, the work with the teams, and also EAPs, and it's also necessary to stimulate the municipality to create services so we have a better close attention to it, and we understand as necessary and something that we are designing to develop short-term a pilot project for the desinstitutionalization of people with mental health disorders and conflict with the law in a state of the federation to map the resources that are necessary, flows, partnership institutions, and the needs to permanent education. So, in short, this is what I had to say. Bingo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sonia Barros, who also respected the time and brings us on behalf of the federal government. This is important to ensure. Now, with the psychiatric reform, having human rights as the base for the elaboration of policies in the field of mental health, and this is essential at this moment, fundamentally. So, in the Brazilian states, for the resolution 487, so it is in harmony a year is too long. A year is too long for the one who is in confinement, so it's possible doing so. And this presence of the federal government at this moment to strengthen this net of social attention is important, because this network will now we have to act in the process to close these asylums. And if today we have 4,000, more than 600 people in asylums, in a year there will be zero people in Brazil. Thank you very much, all the speakers, for your presentations. We are all very tired. It was an extensive, intensive day, but wonderful day with the discussions, and we are going to close here this with. Once again, thank you everyone. Thank you, Professor Amarante, Sonia Barros, Professor Ernesto Venturini, Professor Ana Paula Mujor, for your presence and for your presentation. Tomorrow, we continue with our international seminar on mental health. We wish you all an excellent, have a good night, and see you tomorrow.